Morning, honorable members, all protocol observed. I am Dau Batlaga, Satu Rap.
Satu Rep, Letaba TVET College. Yeah, that's what I said. When we introduce ourselves, let's introduce ourselves fully. You have switched it off. Yeah, when you pass the mic, don't press the on button, just pass the mic.
Morning, honorable members. I am Dau Batlaga, Satu Rep, Letaba TVET College.
Good morning, Chairperson, Portfolio Committee members, and senior officials. My name is Unombali Mncwabe. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Deputy Minister's Office, Dube. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Tando Xolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members of Portfolio Committee. My name is Fanny Petla from AgroSETA, acting CEO.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Tibudziwe Vere from the Department of Higher Education and Training, TVET branch, acting Chief Director, Programs and Qualifications.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Malusi Daniel Ramoroka, the acting Chief Director, National Exam and Assessment, TVET and CET within the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning. I'm Patricia Namadidi, Chief Education Specialist in the Limpopo TVET Regional Office. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, colleagues. My name is Bayanda Mzoneli. I'm the acting DDG Corporate Services at the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee, colleagues. My name is Nonjabulo Zuma. I am an intern Parliament and Cabinet Support at the Office of the Minister of Higher Education. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, DDG, Principal of Letaba TVET College. My name is Gugu Sema, Senior Manager 4IR from the MICT SETA.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, DDG of the department, the principal of the college and colleagues. My name is Mulatelo Bosman. We are a training provider that's accredited with MICT SETA, as well as a strategic partner of the college. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, colleagues, good morning. My name is Sandile. My surname is Chamane. I'm the Director, Labor Relations at Head Office in Pretoria.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tandin Tuli. I'm working for Higher Health. I'm the Provincial Manager for Limpopo Province. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Protocol observed to everyone. My name is Rapaza TM, Satu Rep, Letaba TVET College.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sola Khashane, Limpopo, Naptosa, Zanini Campus, Letaba TVET. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. My name is Bupape MS. I'm the campus coordinator of Magi Campus, Letaba TVET College. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Joseph Mamrovela, the SRC President of Letaba TVET College. Thank you.
Good morning to the House at large and all protocol observed. I'm Mujaji Khalifang, the Secretary General of Letaba TVET College.
Yeah, Principal, we must get the SRC chairs. We must get them chairs somewhere.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, colleagues. Tabile Lengwane, Parliament and Cabinet Support, Office of the Minister.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mudziri Mudiga. I'm the acting assistant director for HR at Letaba TVET College. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. My name is Lungisa Sishi. I'm currently the acting COO at NSFAS.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. My name is Kaya Nima, currently the acting senior manager, TVET support at NSFAS.
Morning, colleagues. Pindile Sikaudi. I am the institutional service practitioner, NSFAS.
Morning, Chair, morning, members and colleagues. My name is Xolelwa Ntaba. I am from NSFAS. I'm coming from the unit student accommodation, and I'm the acting manager.
The Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and other distinguished guests from different stakeholders receive revolutionary greetings. I'm Mr. Make NB. I'm here on my capacity as the chairperson of NAPTOSA, Letaba TVET College. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Chair.
The mic is either not on.
Good morning. It's Ramsibudi Elton. Or before that, I'm passing my greetings to the chair of the Portfolio Committee and other distinguished guests in our midst. And then it's Ramsibudi from Letaba TVET College representing PSA as a secretary. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, DDG, colleagues. My name is Ratanang Banda. I am the Deputy Director for Infrastructure Support at the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. All protocol observed. My name is Anele Kabingis. I'm the Committee Secretary.
Good morning, Chair, members, and everyone. My name is Agnetha Aronson, and I'm the researcher for the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chair. All protocols observed. My name is Mampaho Mudiba. I'm the Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, and all protocol observed. I am Moshe Bedwin Mavale, the Deputy Principal Academic Services, Letaba TVET College.
Good morning, Chair, and all the protocols reserved. I'm Nicholas Agostino, Deputy Principal of Finance, Letaba TVET College.
Good morning, Chair, committee members, colleagues. My name is Franz Ramunyatsi. I'm the Regional Manager for DET in Limpopo.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, all protocol observed. My name is Sam Zungu. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for TVET in the Department of Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, DDG and the Chair of Council, all protocol observed. My name is Benjamin Mushom. I'm the acting principal for Letaba TVET College. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, the honorable members, the DDG present here, and the management and everyone, protocol observed. S.C. Sifake, the chairperson of the College Council.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and the honorable members and also the colleagues. My name is Precious Madlala. I'm the acting deputy principal in corporate service for Letaba TVET College. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I think with the exception of Honorable Msezana, we've all introduced ourselves. And he will do it just now. Just grab that mic, Honorable Msezana, and introduce yourself. The one with the black.
Thobela. Igama lami nguNqobo kaMsezane, deployee to National Parliament and Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training by Umkhondo wesizwe Party. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msezane. So on apologies, we had an apology of Honorable Msezane because he was going to arrive afterwards. Started, he's here now. We have an apology of Honorable Khakhawa and Honorable Khabo, who are about to arrive just now. We have no other apology. Or the other apologies that because of the frequency of flights leaving the province, we have Honorable Khakhawa and Honorable Khabo leaving early, just after lunch, because when they get to Johannesburg, they must connect to their provinces. One must fly to Bloemfontein and the other one to Kimberley. They also have a problem of frequency of flights there, so they will leave us early today so that they get their flights. And then the rest of us were here, were stuck with you until. So the reason we're here, or maybe let me welcome the council, the chair of council and council members into our meeting. This is our meeting, chair of council. We're just using your venue. So we're welcoming you to your venue, but in essence, we're welcoming you to our meeting. Welcome to all council members, welcome principal, yourself and your executive management team, the regional manager, and the team from the region, officials from the department, different units and directorates, led here today by the DDG Zungu, members of the National Skills Fund and the SETAs. I've seen the acting CEO of AgriSETA. I've seen senior managers from MICT SETA, and the leadership of the unions who are here, and then the leadership of the student representative body, and also the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, are here with us, and I hope that the DDG Bayanda. You see, that camera is losing my view, and you are going to assume that I don't want to acknowledge you. DDG of Corporate, Mr. Mzoneli, thank you for coming and being with us. So we've got two DDGs in the meeting, which is very good. We really appreciate you being with us. We really don't take it lightly that you are here with us. And then members of parliament who were on their way from Polokwane this morning, arrived here on time. We really want to appreciate you, members. So today, we're here in Mopani district, in the Limpopo province, to interact with Letaba TVET College. Letaba TVET College is not a stranger to the portfolio committee. They became famous in the committee when students, or when it was reported to us that you have TVET College students or students in higher education institution who are staying in shacks as student accommodation. And we took interest in that because The reason why we have student accommodation is because we want our students to have access or to live in a student-friendly environment that makes teaching and learning, especially studying, easier. And when that thing came, I think it was bad. We had indicated that it must not happen. We queried with the institution. We're then told that one of two things happened. One, that because we're told that those students are being paid, or there was a cohort of the students that NSFAS themselves were paying, believing that they stay in a different accommodation which was submitted to them and they were accredited, only to find that that was not the case. Two, there was another cohort of students who signed lease agreement with accredited accommodation. And then upon NSFAS approving, they then opt out of the accredited accommodation. They then go and stay in those checks because it's cheaper. They want the rest of the balance of the money to go to them. And to those students, I hope, and not only at Letaba, but in the country, those students who are doing that, they are committing fraud. Because when the state gives you, let's assume that they give you 4,000 for accommodation, it is for accommodation. It does not mean that you must go look for an accommodation of 1,500 and then you pocket 2,500. That becomes defrauding of the state, because the state also give you an allowance, a living allowance over and above that. So those who are doing that here at Letaba or anywhere else in the country, we must caution them that once they are caught, they are likely going to be prosecuted and arrested, found guilty for defrauding the state, and they must not do it. So here at Letaba, Principal, we have given you a shopping list for you to prepare for us. So we're here to check the state of readiness. We're going to see if you have, in fact, I was also made, because we do a research when we come to institutions, I was also made aware that, in fact, when we asked the police, when you arrived, you saw there's a big contingent of SAPs there. So we went to them and asked them, why do we have so much police here? And they confirmed what our research would have done, or would have said to us, that about 2 days or so, there was a planned strike, or whether it happened or not, maybe you'll confirm. And the strike would have been about, or some accommodation providers were instigating students to vandalize a TVET college-owned student accommodation, so that students can only stay at the accommodation. And that is why you see a big contingent of police there. And that is what our research would have done, Principal, that there was a plan, and in fact, the way they are so brave, Honorable Loans, they even do it on WhatsApps. They are not scared. WhatsApp messages. Maybe Honorable Msezana, I must ask you to get us Ubaba Mkhwanazi in this area, because we have people who think even planning a crime like that can just be done in the open and nothing must happen to them. But people planning to destroy a property owned by the community, just because they have student accommodation around there, they want to dictate where must students stay. And they want to bypass the rules. Principal, when you meet with them, you must inform them that if they were informed that there are no laws in this country, you must tell them, we said they must think again. We don't have time for criminals, because that is criminal. Those are criminals. We don't have time for criminals here threatening to ban infrastructure of the communities. Terrorizing. Students must stay where they want them to stay. It must not happen. Those are criminals, and we have like I said, we do research when we go to an area. We have their names, we have their numbers, and we'll hand over to law enforcement officers to investigate, because we can't have accommodation providers wanting to tell. Even yourself, I'm not sure if they've spoken to you, but because the next thing that they're going to do, they're going to, because these criminals, they work with people internal in our systems. They're going to identify who's the problem, who is refusing for a system to put them first. And then once they identify that person, they're going to put their lives at risk. We had seen that, Honorable Loans, last year, we lost a Deputy Vice Chancellor operation at Walter Sisulu University. Was killed at the university-owned residences of senior managers. At his own gate, the first people to see him in that state were his children and the wife. Criminals just do as they please. And we must put that to a stop. And we must warn them. When they come to you, you must warn them. You must say to them, well, now we are not afraid, unfortunately, to die. I don't think they've got an authority to tell us when we are going or when we are coming. But we must tell them, they must, we're not afraid to tell the truth, because they think they have guns and they can threaten us. So I thought I must just clarify that part as we ask you to prepare leading the presentation. So we'll give the director, or after you, we'll then give labor. We'll give the SRC, then we'll give NSF to give their presentation. Then after that, we'll do the walkabout, probably grab something to eat, and then go to Zanin. In Zanin, we're going to see NSFAS SETA-funded projects. Because, I told NSF, not NSFAS. NSF, SETA, and SETA-funded projects. Between the two, between NSF and SETA, we have about 26 billion budget. So we want to see these people, because where we come from, it's very difficult to hear somebody, no, I mean that project so we want to see if it indeed, acting CEO, that they exist, because we think you guys have got, or people think you guys have got some ghost somewhere. So we want to go feel and touch. We've seen some in Gauteng when we're there. Want to see them here. We'll want to see them again next week when we're in the Eastern Cape, so that we can confirm when we get a report that indeed these people do exist. So before we go to Polokwane, that's what we will do. So I'm going to give you DDG Zungu And then after you will give the chair of council to do the opening and lead the presentation from the institution. And then principal, I'm going to give you. When you present, principal, I'm going to time you. Because we have at least by 2:30, we should be able to drive to. Yesterday we could not see the CET exhibition, which makes us feel bad because those kids had prepared exhibits. So we want to go see these ones of the NSF SETA thing. So DDG Zungu, there's a mic chair, if you can give DDG Zungu, and then he will give you, and then you'll give to the principal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training. Greetings to all the honorable members, the Acting Deputy Director General, Mr. Mzoneli, Regional Manager, the Chairperson of Council and Council members present, the College Principal and Executive Management, the representatives from NSFAS, NSF and SETA executives, all senior officials from the department, organized labor, student leadership, and colleagues, a very good morning to all of you. Indeed, Honorable Chair and honorable members, it's an honor and a privilege to be invited by the Portfolio Committee to the oversight visit to Letaba TVET College. We express our sincere appreciation for this oversight visit, which forms a critical part of Parliament's constitutional mandate to strengthen accountability, governance, and service delivery across the post-school education and training. This visit provides an important opportunity for the committee to engage directly with the institutional leadership, the staff, students, and to assess the college's state of readiness for the 2026 academic year, including registration and enrollment processes, governance and management arrangements, teaching and learning, infrastructure development, student funding and accommodation, as well as safety and security measures. Letaba TVET College has made notable progress in stabilizing governance structures, strengthening academic delivery, as well as expanding industry partnerships and investing in modern infrastructure across its campuses. Of course, this specific campus is one of the oldest technical colleges that have existed in this province, I'm told. At the same time, the college continues to face systemic challenges, particularly in relation to funding constraints, staffing limitations, student funding gaps, and all of which require sustained support and coordinated interventions at a system level. We therefore welcome the committee's guidance, insights, and recommendations, which will be invaluable in strengthening institutional performance, improving student outcomes, and advancing the strategic objective of positioning TVET colleges as central drivers of skills development, economic inclusion, and local development in South Africa. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we look forward to a constructive engagement and assure the committee of our full cooperation throughout this visit. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members.
Khanobula tebula the chair. I gotta get sabotage.
Program Director, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, DDG, Mr. Zungu, and all DHT officials, Acting Principal and members of the management team, representative of the organized labor, stakeholders, representative of Student Council. Good morning. It is an honor and a privilege to welcome honorable members of the Portfolio Committee to the Letaba TVET College here at Make campus. We sincerely appreciate your presence for this important oversight visit. We recognize that this visit is an essential mechanism for strengthening accountability, transparency, and good governance within our institutions. We do not view this engagement as a mere compliance exercise. Rather, it is an opportunity to reflect on our progress, confront our challenges, and reinforce our collective commitment to fulfill the mandate. As a council, we remain dedicated to steering the college beyond routine operational matters towards strategic foresight, effective implementation of policies, and sustainable excellence. This involved improved planning, optimal utilization of our resources, and a pursuit of a long-term developmental goals. Over the past period, the few years, the college has made significant strides including maintaining an unqualified audit opinion, acquiring of a farm in Ofokalauka, acquiring hospitality center, hosting academic indaba to address issues affecting student performance, approving charters, policies, budget, procurement plans, and other governance documents, strengthening partnership with SETAs, tribal authorities, municipalities, government departments, and private companies. We have also established a skills development center in partnership with the municipality of Mahuman and the SETA, whatever. Securing accreditation for occupational programs, renovating of workshops and aligning them to the QTCO standards, and reopening of the residents which were closed in Mojaji and Make campus. It's a list. The list is long of the things that we have achieved. But we won't be, we will never focus only on what we have achieved. Also, we have not turned a blind eye to issues that are confronting us, which are negatively impacting the progress that we intend to have. We have limited funding and budget constraints, student accommodation shortages. This is it's a concern to the college council, considering the number of crime in the villages and in other places where you cannot have proper management and control and security. So we believe that if we can have more secured accommodation within the college, it will make a big impact to these young people. When we saw these problems as a college council, we found that we cannot only rely on the funding by the department. We must make sure that we've got other sources of funds where we find the resources in terms of financial. That is why you find us relying on the farm. In the farm, we are operating it as a business. As also the hotel. I would have wished that the hotel was able to accommodate everyone, because that is a means which we are showing that we want to make sure that we generate our own funds within the college so that we can develop. I won't speak much of the things that we have achieved. I think they will be in the report of the principal. But we trust today this engagement will provide us with fruits that are going to take us to the next level. We'll accept the criticism and also the constructive advices that we'll be receiving, because without an oversight, somebody observing what we are doing, we'll think we are doing the right thing and move very fast, whilst we might be going in a wrong direction. Your oversight and seeing us and providing guidance and direction will assist us dearly in moving forward. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I'm not sure if I still have an hour, Chair. I want to tame my presentation.
We have 45 minutes.
Okay.
So until 11:35.
11:35. Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Okay. I will request that I be assisted with the presentation. We've prepared the presentation, Chair, according to the list of items that were given as reflected on the table of contents. But I also want to indicate, Chair, that the presentation that you see here is the collective of the management together with the relevant officials in the college. So immediately after receiving the notice that the portfolio committee will be coming, we shared the items with their respective sections. They've met with their staff. They've consolidated the presentation, presented before the deputy principals. I was called in, worked through the presentation. We called the chair, worked the presentation. So I'll be dealing with the presentation that is a product of the collective of the college. In terms of the state of readiness, our core infrastructure, which is the classrooms and workshops and administrative facilities, computer labs and the ICT hub, all of them are functional across all the campuses. Our classes starts from 7:30 now to 4:30 because we do have shortage of classrooms. So we're trying to make good of the infrastructure by stretching the hours. In terms of remote learning and blended learning, we have compiled the year plans, the work schemes, and the annual teaching plans, and the lesson plans, and the attendance registers are available. Classes have already started. Textbooks have been delivered, but we have noted that not all textbooks are delivered. So in cases where other textbooks are not delivered, we then give learners some study notes while we are making follow-ups with suppliers to deliver. 90% of our lecturers are active on the platform of blended learning. I want to indicate, Chair, that last year we had a program which is called Transport and Logistics NCV, which we were running for the first time in Guyana, and for some time we were struggling to get a lecturer. So some of the lecturers from this campus were offering classes in Guyana from this side, connecting via the blended learning. So the students will be in a computer lab in Guyana, and in Make, classes are offered by one lecturer in one venue, but to both venues. We've seen it being effective, and it's one of the strategies that we are going to use, tapping in the strength of individual lecturers, because we have a lecturer who's strong in mathematics in one campus that will provide support in other campuses that are actually struggling at that particular subject. In terms of lecturer training, support and capacity building, we have conducted training across all campuses on ICAS and LMS. We have also conducted training, Chair, on the QCTO material development to all lecturers in terms of us getting ready for the full implementation of QCTO programs. In terms of students' assessments, the college assessment plans for the academic year 2026 were submitted and approved. The student academic support is provided, including extra classes for students in underperforming subjects. Update on registration. In terms of NCV, we are finalizing the registration for returning students for entry NCV level 2, we are full. Also for entry level 4, we're still finalizing a few registrations, also accommodating those that have received the results now. What caused the delay, Chair, on the registration it was mainly the floods. We had to close campuses, operate at a minimum capacity when we experienced the floods. So we had 2 days where we had closed the campus. Students were not coming completely. We have requested the admin staff who are able to work remotely so as to make sure that we don't endanger our people. So that also contributed towards the finalizing of the registration, but we'll be closing the registration by tomorrow. The mop-up process is underway. Next slide. Chair, we are big on occupational programs funded by SETAs. Majority of the SETAs are supporting us, if not all. in occupational programs, work integrated learning. So we have this year started with ministerially funded occupational programs. Our target was 60, and we have enrolled 60, 13 bricklayer in this same campus, and 30 in automotive in this very same campus of Make. In terms of occupational programs, we're going to deal more with it when we get to the relevant slides. But we have rolled over more than 700 learners that are coming from the previous years on occupational programs. We also doing a lot of training for the sector departments in the main Department of Basic Education. We are training their educators in technical subjects in the main and also ECT. So our total target of enrollment, we're sitting at 10,678. And the current total now, we're sitting at, for this quarter, it's 5,814. So what augments our numbers, it's more on the occupational programs, like Chairs indicated, that we came with a strategy to make sure that we accommodate as many young people who are outside the system, who cannot access the system through the mainstream funding, with the assistance coming from the SETAs and also other departments. Overview of governance. The council is fully constituted with only one vacancy due to a resignation. We've concluded the recruitment process, and the submission is made to the Department for Ministerial Concurrence. The member that has resigned is from the 4 additional council members as per section 10.6. Audit committee, it's fully constituted and functional. The academic board and the SRC are also fully constituted and functional. We also have subcommittees of council, which are assisting council in the execution of council's work. All of them are also functional. Can you go to the next slide? In terms of council and its subcommittees, Chair, we meet once a quarter, and last year we managed to have all the quarterly meetings, 4 of them, including council. And I think one of the things that we appreciate with council, Chair, is that when council was constituted, council took a decision that we need to procure gadgets for them. We went for the modern way. We didn't buy your traditional laptops, so instead we bought the iPads. So all committee meetings, they are done through a virtual platform, including the council meetings. So we only meet when it's necessary for us to have physical meetings. And for us, we've seen it as another effective way of doing things. It's cost effective. We don't have to organize catering. Not that we have a problem of organizing catering, but it's very effective, and even the attendance has improved. In terms of the decisions, key decisions that were taken by council in the previous year, it includes the approval of the annual financial statements, the annual performance report, the strategic planning documents. We reviewed the charters, the policies were reviewed, the college budget and the fee structure, hiring rates for college facilities, and also the procurement plan. The reason I'm highlighting this, Chair, is just to express our appreciation noting where we're coming from. We are a college that came out of an administration. In 2022, Minister dissolved the previous council, and maybe fortunately for me, the principal was deployed to Gauteng as an acting regional manager, and one was appointed to act as the principal since then to date. And we also want to appreciate that, Chair, the department then appointed an administrator for governance. So we had a lot of backlog in terms of infrastructure projects, in terms of policies that were not approved, in terms of the budget. We operated for 2 consecutive years without a budget that was approved. So I want to appreciate that now we have cleared that backlog. Council is functioning very well, is effective. Labor is also forming part of council. and also the SRC is forming part of council, so all the structures are in place. In terms of the overview of the administration, the total staff complement is 259. We have 144 lecturers and 115 support staff. In terms of the gender, 114 are males and 145 are females. And we have 253 blacks and 6 whites. And in terms of layers of management, we have executive management, which is constituted by the principal and the deputy principals. Meetings are held on a monthly basis. Senior management is executive management and campus management. Meetings are also held on a monthly basis. Extended management is the senior management together with assistant directors and also the HODs. Meetings are held on a quarterly basis. We have meetings with the SRC and management, which are held on a quarterly basis. And the SRC, before they can meet with management, they meet with the SSS at central office on a quarterly basis. And SRCs at the campus level, they meet with management on a monthly basis. Chair, we also have a very important structure, which is the College Labor Forum. We've signed and adopted the terms of reference. The College Labor Forum comprises of management and organized labor, all the unions that are recognized. So we meet on a quarterly basis. Last year we had 3 meetings and 1 meeting was deferred. So we could not have all the 4. Instead we held 3. That's where issues are dealt with that affect the staff and management. In terms of teaching and learning, we did state of readiness monitoring and support visits in all campuses, and we have discovered that all campuses are ready for 2026 academic year. Classes are currently running, students are attending, lecturers and students' attendance is monitored through attendance registers. Timetables for all programs are available. The provisioning on course, practical and student or learning materials, they are being provided in the workshops in terms of simulation areas, relevant equipment, and also the availability of consumables. Next slide, I've already dealt with the student assessment. In terms of the work placements of students and lecturers, we have managed to place 45 lecturers last year with different host employers for work integrated learning. But in terms of the students, Chair, we managed to place, this is the report that we have for the previous years. In 2021, we managed to place 148, and in 2022, we managed to place 406. In 2023, we massified the numbers. We managed to place 1,167. And in 2024, we managed to place 1,136. In 2025, we managed to place 936. The reason why the numbers are going down now is because we managed to clear the backlog. In the past, students would wait for over 12 months to go and do practicals, particularly the NATED students who require the 18 months for them to get diplomas. We've went, Chair, to a point that now, with the support of the SETAs, would place our students and still place students of other colleges, because you would find that all our N6 students, we have placed them. Next slide. Safety.
On a lighter note, I thought you were going to say the numbers are going down now because of COVID.
Thank you, Chair. It's because we have cleared the backlog. Chair, the college has implemented various policies and measures in promoting safety and security in the campus and cabin incidents of JBV. And this includes the implementation of the Code of Conduct for Public Service and SAYS Code of Conduct for Professional Ethics, the sexual harassment policy, conducting background and criminal checks before making appointment of employees, so as to make sure that we don't appoint people who have been accused of being sexual perpetrators or related cases, or anyone who just have a criminal case. In terms of the strategies we have in place, we conduct policy advocacy and awareness sessions. We have had several cases of JBV that were reported by the students, and support was provided to the victims. We ran 3 JBV campaigns which were held with the support of Higher Health, and we also have 1 JBV campaign which was funded by Services SETA. It was held last year in Mojaji campus. And in Guyane, in actual fact, we have 3. 1 is in Guyane, 1 is in Maki, and 1 is in Etzanini of our campuses, which are qualified social workers and 1 psychologist who's dealing with issues related to a JBV. They provide counseling and even support students when they attend court cases, students that have had cases and they will have to attend court. So we assist them when they go through that process. ETDB SETA has funded the college with an intern for psychology who provide the targeted support to the students, who's working with in the student support section at the level of the central office. Every year we have annual Women's Day and Men's Day events where we create awareness and prevent JBV and femicide. So we talk to the ladies, invite professionals to address issues relating to JBV, and we also talk to men and address issues relating to JBV. During student inductions, very important is that we invite sector departments to address issues relating to JBV as form of the prevention mechanism. And we've seen that working. In terms of the results, in 2022, the national performance of NCV was sitting at 70. Yeah, now my eyes are failing me now. Okay, let's stand closer. In 2022, we were sitting at above 75% in NCV, and we were positioned 36. In terms of business studies, we were positioned 41 with 75.2. Engineering, we took position 1 nationally, beating all colleges with 74.6. In 2023, NCV was sitting at 77.4 with position 28 nationally. Business studies were sitting at position 36 with 76.9. And engineering, we started seeing a drop because that's where we started introducing N4. So we were not yet used to the higher level of NATED programs. So we dropped to 64.6, and we moved to position 24. And in 2024, NCV were in position 41 with 76%. Business studies were at 81.8% with position 18. And engineering, we tried to reclaim our victory. We improved in terms of position. We went to position 13 with 60, I think it's 67. In 2025, now we broke down the performance into levels. NCV level 2 were at position 29,
NCV level 3 were at position 29 as well. NCV level 2 with a pass percentage of 87.5. Level 3 with 86.7. Level 4 position 32 with 79.4. Business studies N4 with position 12 with 89%. N5 position 21 with 83%. N6 with position 28, I think it's 80%. Engineering, we were sitting at position 4 at N4 and position 7 with N5 and position 16 with N6. In terms of the dropout rates and the certification, the throughput rate, sorry, NCV 2022 we're sitting at 11% for a throughput rate, but the dropout rate is 0.60. NCV in 2023, a throughput rate 16%, dropout rate 0.60. NCV 2024, 21%, NCV 2025, 17%. I'll go to the next slide so that I can save time. Next slide. Okay, these are some of the causes, Chair, of the dropout rates and the low throughput rates. Students choose courses based on availability, even though we try our best to give them career guidance. Some of the delays are usually caused by late payments of allowances, mainly because majority of our students are relying on NSFAS. In actual fact, more than 90%. We are always in loggerheads with NSFAS at the end of the year because we exceed the allocation that they provide to us. Some of the issues is social factors that we've mentioned there, inadequate foundational technical background, and measures that we've put in place as a career guidance, as I've indicated, continuous communication with funders, wellness campaigns and inductions and support through various bursaries that are usually provided by SETAs, and the implementation and monitoring of the interventions, tracking of students by lecturers, students that we see that are not coming to class, maybe they did not receive allowances. Lecturers, they try to track them together with student support, and we see what kind of support can we provide. Offering of counseling to the affected students and tracking of students. Next slide. In terms of NSFAS, this is the current status. Appeals, we have 14 applications in process. It's 44, assessing financial eligibilities 2, awaiting academic eligibility check is 28, awaiting evaluation is 330, loan in progress is 6, not started is 122, provisionally funded is 2,187, rejected is 494, withdrawn is 42, student registered without NSFAS is 680. And in terms of bursaries funded by SETAs, I'll just count the bottom line, which is 310. These are the ones that are currently confirmed, excluding the ones that we are still finalizing the paperwork with the SETAs. Now, in terms of student accommodation, we have the college student accommodation. I think I need to highlight this, Chair, because you have covered it in your opening remarks. We had student accommodation closed for over 10 years. I arrived here as a deputy principal in 2016. The student rests were closed. And I can tell you, Chair, that particularly in Mujaji, when we took over, there were some elements of buildings being hijacked. There were unknown persons that were staying there. But because our security was too weak, we were unable to evict them. But with the help from basic education and also the Department of Higher Education and Training,
I think we were fortunate to receive funding to renovate the student hostels and also to put the perimeter fence in all our campuses. So there's a perimeter fence here, and the gate that you see is new. In 2016, one could enter the gate this side and exit on the top side for free because there was no perimeter fence. So I want to appreciate the support, Chair. We're given money, we've renovated the gate. We're given money, we renovated the hostels. We now have a total of more than 260 beds with 70 for males in Make and 70 for females. And I also want to indicate, Chair, that we, as management, believe in our own products who are our students, and particularly the student leadership. We prioritize our students when we place students. But in particular, when coming to the hostels, we've strategically said that we are going to appoint the former student leaders to manage the hostels. And that is an appreciation because we've seen the efficiency of the student leadership steering the ship of the student accommodation in the midst of very serious challenges, but delivering the results in terms of making sure that we overcome those results. So all the 4 hostels are managed by the former student leaders. The process was fair. We didn't interfere. We didn't prefer any other over others. They competed fairly and they were appointed fairly. So in terms of the college accommodation, accredited accommodation by NSFAS linked to the college, we have a total of 54 properties. In Zaneni, we have 367 beds. In this campus, we have 157 beds. In Mujaji, we have 42 beds. In Guyane, we have 699. Those are the gradings. And I want to touch on the issues that you've raised, Chair, of our students residing in an accommodation that is not conducive. I think these issues were raised very sharply in 2022 and 2023. We went to investigate. We found that students will sign lease agreements with landlord A, but they will go and reside in landlord B. And some of the accommodation were not conducive. We now have a list of accommodations where students are residing. Because if you can look at Zanin, 360 beds, the college does not have accommodation. You look at Make, 157 beds is here. You combine it with 140 that the college have. It's still not enough for all students that qualify for NSFAS. So you still have students that will work with arrangements of lease agreements. So our officials already know a list of accommodations that are not accredited but are in at least a bearable condition. We are working with the landlords. There's actually a number of landlords that wanted to come and protest. The campus has held a meeting with them and have agreed to call NSFAS. We'll be having a meeting next week to take them through the accreditation process. This we've done last year, only 4 came, but this year we have around 20 who are willing to be assisted to go through that process so that they can be accredited. So we know the accommodations that are not conducive, and we will not accept, and we don't accept lease agreements that are coming from those particular accommodations. With those spots checks here and there, and also with the accredited accommodation, we do go and check before the students can move in, just to verify that the accommodation is the proper accommodation and is as per the standards of NSFAS. We can go to the next slide. In terms of the overview of the infrastructure projects, we'll highlight the mega projects, bulk services at Guyane. Guyane is one of the campuses that was identified to be part of the 14 new campuses. 12 was new, 2 was for upgrading. We have built 2 buildings there, but saw a need to upgrade the bulk services. The bulk services in terms of the water supply, integrating the new buildings into the existing buildings, internal roads, upgrading the sewer lines, which were very, very old. The campus was established somewhere in the 70s, and also the upgrading of the stormwater. The project is sitting at 96%, is funded by a DHET. Construction of the gatehouse at Guyane. The similar gate that you see here at Make is the similar gate that you see when you go to Mojaji, and 2 other similar gates when you get to Guyane. Next slide. These are just pictures of the internal roads in Guyane. But on our left chair, there is a picture, a pink picture there. That is a workshop that was built in the 70s. There are serious challenges in the workshops. We are busy engaging with the department and NSF to provide support as part of phase 2 so that we can upgrade those workshops to be on a good condition. And I also want to indicate, Chair, that we were affected by the floods. Ordinarily, we didn't know that our workshops are leaking. But due to heavy rains, we started experiencing leaks in workshops, in classes, and we then had to suspend classes and make sure that we clean them. So work is underway to close those leaks so that teaching and learning can continue. Next slide. This is the example of the gate without the canopy, which is work in progress in Guyane. Next slide. This is the renovation of the admin building in Guyane. Next slide. In terms of the construction of Building C, which is an e-learning center and library, and also Building C, which is classrooms and computer labs in Guyane. This is the aerial view. You can see the solar panels there. So what is going to happen with these buildings is that the lights and the plugs for computers and other light appliances are going to rely on solar. So the electricity will only be used for heavy machinery and the aircons. We also have upgrading of the panel beating workshop, which is funded by a transport SETA. After the completion of this project, we'll see the workshop complying for accreditation by QCTO. This is a Mojaji campus admin. The project is funded by Wholesale and Retail SETA. We augmented the funding because the initial costing was sitting at below 16 million, including the furniture. But when we did further investigation in terms of the structural integrity, we realized that we'll have to do more work in terms of the buildings. We were supposed to initially do one wing and renovate the other, but we realized that both wings are affected. So the building is almost ready, it's sitting at a 94%, sorry. One of the things that we need to indicate, Chair, is that this building is funded by WNR SETA, mainly because the college has a relationship with Limpopo CET College. So the agreement is that we are funding you provided that you are going to accommodate the CET. So we've designed a model wherein the CET is going to take the classes and offices at the ground floor, and then the college will only take the offices on the first floor. So we are not going to use the classes on this building. The classes are going to be used by the CET. This is the kind of partnership that we are having with the CET College. We are also assisting the CET College to get accreditation using our own workshops. And the same goes for Department of Basic Education. We've trained their teachers. Teachers in technical high schools, they will come to the college and do practicals here because they don't have the workshops. Second slide. This is just the picture of the outside of the Mojaji workshops. One key issue that I want to indicate here, Chair, is that we realize that it's very expensive to pay for
the professional fees of the engineers. We then took a decision under the guidance of the chair to appoint internal staff who are qualified as quantity surveyors. We have two professional quantity surveyors in-house. For your maintenance, particularly for all the hostels, we didn't use any professionals. We only appointed contractors. That is why on the costs, there's no fees of professionals. And also the renovation of the kitchen, the designs and project management was done by our own internal team. We also have the Smart Skills Center funded by Chieta at Mojaji campus. All our hostels, they are fitted with renewable energy, the solar. So even if the area is affected by a load shedding, the students will still have lights, at least, and the generator will be used for the kitchen and also the geysers. These are the pictures of the kitchen that is renovated and the Mojaji campus hall. And you also have a smaller picture there that shows the students in class in action. In the next slide, it's a picture of the Smart Skills Center, a very high-tech with virtual reality machines, 2 private boardrooms where people can go and have meetings for free. Free Wi-Fi and also working cubicles. There's a lot of free online courses that are also provided in that center. And we're working very well with the local communities. They're accessing the sites, and also our students are using the Smart Skills Center. This is our pride and joy, Chair. Our business is teaching and learning. We are predominantly in an area which is dominating in terms of tourism and also farming. We are inspired by the vision of Mopani District Municipality, which is to become the food basket of Southern Africa and tourism destination of choice. And that is what inspired us to acquiring the state-of-the-art hospitality center. This picture is one of the pictures that shows the room of the hotel school that will be run by the students. We're offering a hospitality center in Zanini campus. It is very difficult for us to place students with host employers, especially those that come for 2 days. So students are going to operate the hotel. The changing of liniens from reception to the last point, we are going to have students involved. The hotel is already operating. We've had some of the officials that were booked there. We were assisted by Cat Sitter in terms of finishing the hotel school, particularly the renovation of Block A and Block D. We are busy applying for a grading with the Tourism Council of South Africa. We are aiming for at least grade 4 and above. The second picture is the picture of the student accommodation here at this campus. It's self-catering, students cook for themselves. In terms of the NSFAS grading, we're sitting at grade A. So if you were to give it a star rating, you'll say it's a 4-star. Next slide. This is the farm. This is the workshop at the farm. At this very same campus, Chair, we are offering farming management and mechanization N4 to N6, responding to the vision of the municipality food basket of Southern Africa. And we constructed the workshop so that we can store and also have offices here. We have 32 students currently at the farm. We have more than now 79 cattle at the farm. We've sold some to some of the colleges. We are also selling some to even the public. Students are involved there because we want students to see the cattle from birth until the time you sell them. We've planted cabbages, spinach, we planted fury, chilies. We even supplying in as far as
yeah, you're supposed to be left with 5 minutes and we have more than 20 slides left.
Okay.
So if you can just, I'll give you an extra 5 minutes, but if you can just compress.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Next slide. This is the picture of the staff houses at the farm and also the dining hall and change rooms for students at the farm. Next slide. This is the ETDB SETA funded for IR lab at Zanin. Next slide. In terms of the PPN chair, we have migrated a total of 36 employees, and we have a total of 281 posts which are approved on the structure. We have 221 posts that are permanently filled, and in terms of the filling of posts, I'll just indicate that we have 38 positions that were filled on a contract or temporary basis on the college payroll due to budget constraints. In terms of the structure, we have 60 positions that are vacant. Next slide. Matching and placement was done. Next slide. In terms of accreditation, all our workshops in Make are accredited: plumbing, level 4, bricklayer, carpenter, automotive, motor mechanic, welder, livestock farmer, landscaping, plumbing, hand, coded welding, electrician at Guyana, fresh dairy maker. Next slide. These are our numbers in terms of apprenticeship programs. Will not count SETA by SETA, but in terms of apprenticeship, we're sitting at 213. We also have 205 learnerships that are currently running. We also have skills programs, 1,769. We have ARPL, which are currently running. We have 170 from Agresita, 170 which we are doing for Mativandera, 15 for Mersita, 80 for FPM SETA. In terms of the NSF, maybe I should skip this one because I think NSF is going to perhaps cover it. Can we go to the next slide? Next slide. We skip the NSF. Okay, we'll deal with the update on certification for Guyana. NCV we have 68, in nated engineering 103. Make, we have 3 for nated engineering, and diplomas we have 36. Mojaji, we only have 65 for nated certificates, and then we have 2 for NCV and 118. These were applied in November. So normally the turnaround period doesn't take longer than 3 months. I'm sure that by month end we'll start receiving. Next slide. In terms of our finances, Chair, we are sitting at the total budget allocation of 193 for 2025, and for 2026 provisional is sitting at 194. Next slide. Next slide. In terms of tuition for 2023, as audited, it's 41 million. For 2024, it's 49 million. And we also have other streams of income there. I'll go to the next slide. General expenses, we're sitting at 86 million. For 2024, 75 million. For 2023, next slide. Next slide. In terms of the debtors book, our debtors book is sitting on a net balance for 2024 of 11 million. 2023 it was 8.8 and 2022 was 6.3. Next slide. The audit opinion, since 2020, we've been sitting on an unqualified audit opinion. In terms of the certificates that we have withheld, but we give students progress reports or academic records. We're sitting at 863 at Guyana, Make 159, 135 Mojaji, and 121 Zanin. Next slide. In terms of work integrated learning, we're working with all the municipalities and we're working with all the SETAs, including the sector departments. and also the SETAs, and also the other private providers. In terms of the challenges, I will not dive much because we've been dealing with challenges. Next slide, we deal with the highlights. Key highlights, Chair, we're working very close with our traditional leadership across all villages where we are getting the students from. The picture that you see here, we've constructed a house using the students for the family in Gasokororo. This was a project spearheaded by Hoshi Skoror. So there is a picture of the chairperson there giving the keys to Hoshi Skoror, and Hoshi Skoror handing the keys to the family there. This house was built by the students of the college. We received assistance from various institutions in terms of procurement of material, including the municipality, and also Hoshi Skoror bought the furniture for equipping the house. These are pictures of the farm. We've got goats, we've got cattle, as I've indicated, we've got broiler chickens. We are having crops, your spinach, yellow maize, green beans, chilies, training programs that are currently running there, your plant production, animal production, poultry, livestock, and also landscaping. Those are the students doing practicals there. This is the value chain in closing. One, farm produce, livestock, poultry, and others. The second stop is the hotel, school, and the restaurant. And the second stop also is the hostel. In the entire value chain, students are involved. And the third one is the cafeteria and opportunity in all campuses. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal. Is there anyone who can project the SRC presentations? And where is the SRC? If we can get the mic to the SRC, and if we can project the slides. Whilst the SRC is still finding their feet, Principal, when you were talking about the hotel, you said you want grade D. Were you saying you are applying for 4-star? Okay. Continue, President, if you are ready.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, College Council Chairperson and Acting Principal, College Management, and other stakeholders. Good morning, my name is Joseph Mamurabela. I'm the SRC President of Letaba TVET College. So we present this submission on behalf of the student representative body of Letaba TVET College. So the purpose of our presentation today is to assess the readiness of the college for the 2026 academic year and share the lived experiences of students to highlight key challenges affecting access to and success in higher education, and to propose recommendations that we believe will contribute to a more responsive post-school education systems. Allow me, Chairperson, to take you through an overview of the SRC structure of Letaba TVET College. So in Letaba TVET College, We have the campus SRCs, which consist of 9 members, and the executive SRC, which represents the college and consists of 12 members whom are elected from the campus SRCs. The total number of the Letaba SRC is 36. So the chairpersons of the campuses serve in the SRC ESCO by the virtue of their position. So here are the portfolios that we have from the campus SRC. I won't go through them, but when we move to the portfolios of the ESCO SRC, we have got 3 additional portfolios, which are safety officer and policy development officer and residential officer, which are being occupied by the deputies and also and by the chairperson. Must I continue? Okay, on our plan of action of SRC, we had 4 major activities on our action plan for the college. So we had the academic conference, GBV and femicide awareness event, diversity, disability and social inclusion, entrepreneurship campaign. So we have started, before we went to the Allen Gray competition, we have started on our own. We were doing the campaigns in our campuses up until we went to the provincial with the Allen Gray competition, and we also acceded to the national competition of Allen Gray, and we obtained position 1 in Allen Gray competition. So, Chairperson, let me take you through the GBV. We've got reported cases that we had of GBV from our campuses, and we even supported our students as well by attending the court cases. So we raised awareness about GBV and school-related GBV and femicide among students. So we extended the invitation to our neighboring schools next to Mujaji campus to help us fight GBV and femicide. So we had GBV cases from campuses, and we gave support in help with the higher health. So we did the candle lighting in Giani and Mage campus to mourn our students who passed away. During our GBV awareness, we had educational talks and presentations were also given, and also we had the discussion panel in help with the different stakeholders, service SETA and higher health. We targeted 500 students, but we have received the large number of students, and all the guests invited honored the invitation. So the support that we get from the college as the SRC, we are training and leadership development, student support services, organized the leadership training for the SRC from the 2nd of February to the 9th of February 2025, and we were inaugurated on the 10th of February 2025. We had continuous training on the 24th of September 2025. We had our biannual meeting on the 27th of September 2025, and the policies were reviewed. And we had our AGM on the 8th to the 12th of December 2025. Meetings of the SRC, we had 4 quarterly meetings with the SSS. We had 4 quarterly meetings with the management. We have had 4 SRC quarterly meetings and special meetings when a need arises. So we had SRC portfolio to portfolio meetings quarterly. The president and SG also attended the council meetings, and academic officers, they also attended the academic board meetings. We also attended subcommittee meetings. So the composition of the SRC and the term of office of the SRC members, only registered students are eligible to serve on the SRC, and the election of SRC are democratic and transparent at Letaba TVET College. So the term of office of the members of the SRC is 1 academic year. So in terms of the readiness of the college for the 2026 academic year from the student perspective, we had the academic conference that was organized by the SRC on the 25th of April 2025, and we aimed to raise the bar of Letaba TVET College student performance. So the purpose was to ensure that we work together with the academic curriculum section, SSS section, and the SRC to come up with the strategies which can assist to improve the performance of the college. So Student Representative Council believed that if all the mentioned stakeholders can collaborate, we will be able to improve the college performance and raise the bar of the college in terms of the certification rate. So during the conference, we had panel session Gaps and recommendations were also identified. In terms of the academic readiness, peer tutoring was implemented, an extracurricular math Olympiad. And let me tell you that some of the peer tutors are our SRC members. So we also had the gumboots dance, which also we were trying to make the educational to be fashionable. So those ones were the ones who welcomed you to the venue. So during the conference, we had the panel session, as I've already indicated. Can we move to the next slide, please? Student perspective. From the student perspective, the readiness of the college for the 2026 academic year is reflected not only on its infrastructure and academic planning, but also in how well it supports learning, well-being, and career preparation in a changing world. Academic preparedness. Students assess readiness through updated curricula that align with the current industry trends and global challenges. The students of Letaba are excited to move to the blended learning, and we are ready to integrate technology in blended classes because it appears better prepared. SRC are championing for peer tutoring, student motivation along with peer tutors. In terms of digital and technological readiness, in 2026, students are ready for reliable digital platforms for online assessment and e-books that are zero-rated, which can be accessible without Wi-Fi connectivity at any time and anywhere. At least 80% of physical classes and 20% online classes to accommodate more students in the college. To continue with the online CAP test and using Moodle for assessment from the entry level to the exit level. From the student perspective, the college is ready for the 2026 academic year if it balances academic excellence with the technology advancement, like how we pushed in 2025. The institutions like Letaba TVET College that is adaptable, inclusive, and responsive to students' needs are best positioned to provide a meaningful and successful educational experience. So infrastructure and learning resources. The college improved our hospitality classroom in Zanini campus, and it is conducive. There is a new 4IR lab in Zanini campus for the new QCTO programs coming. Improved the Wi-Fi connectivity in the student areas, labs, and in the blind spots where we did not have the coverage in all campuses. There is a new hairdressing classroom in Giani campus for QCTO programs. We also have college farm that is linked with Make campus for our primary agricultural students. There is a Theatre Smart Skills Center at Mujaji campus that assists the community as well. In all campuses, we have the ICT hub to support us as the students of Letaba and the community as well. PPEs are given on an entry level and on an exit level to all students who go to the workshops. The computer labs are opened even break time and after school for all students to have an access. In terms of student accommodation and transport, we only have 2 campuses with hostels and 2 campuses without the hostels. NSFAS introduced an accredited accommodations. We add students, those who were staying in the private accommodations, to advise their landlords to also accredit their properties through Young Mind, which is TYM, in help of the college officials and the SRC. Some accredited their accommodations and some they did not accredit their accommodations. So we have accredited accommodations closer to our campuses. And only students who are funded by NSFAS are eligible to stay in the accredited accommodations. So we help students to book for the accommodations and we ensure that it's safe and according to NSFAS guidelines. Let me tell you that in our campuses, we can't tell our students to choose any accommodation of their preferences because we only have limited accommodations. So we just start with one accommodation, then when we are done, we move to the next one. Our hospitality students are staying in accredited accommodation in 2026. Those whom are self-funded, they are staying off campus. New students, few of them are being assisted with the SETAs so that they can get accommodation next to the campus. It becomes simple for the college to transport them in case they are working after hours or they are preparing for an event. In terms of student support services, we have student support officers and career guidance in our campuses, except at Mujaji campus, we only have an intern student support officer. The campus is still developing. We have campus nurses and clinics in our campuses. This section gives us counseling and mental health services, disability support services. They offer career guidance to new applicants, student and exiting students who wish to study further. So from the student viewpoint, readiness includes efficient academic advising and navigate academic and personal challenges of the students. Challenges of students at the college. Key challenges faced by students. We have got financial challenges, delays in NSFAS allowances. Many TVET students depend entirely on NSFAS for essential costs like food, transport, accommodation, data, and learning materials. I can attest to that because I also stayed in our hostel. So I have seen what happens when we don't receive the allowances. So when allowances are delayed, students struggle to afford meals and basic living costs. Some cannot pay for transport to campus, leading to absenteeism, and they end up not meeting 80% class attendance that is required by the head to qualify to sit for an examination. So they go for weeks to months, they end up being deregistered. It increases higher dropout and non-completion risks, especially now that the NATED are being phased out, and by 2030, all NATED students, they must be done. They might not meet the deadline. However, this might lead to non-completion of courses or qualifications. It causes the student debts. They end up not getting their academic record, statements, and their certificates. This causes the institutional disruption. Delays don't just affect students, they also cause problems at the college. Academic challenges. Students with disability do not disclose when they apply for NSFAS because there is too much paperwork that is required. Some of the disability students, they applied for concession and they did not get it in time from the head. And they wrote their examination without concession and they did not progress. Transitioning from the school to college, adapting to independent learning and higher expectations. So relationship issues, balancing friendship, dating, and studies, it is a challenge. Limited practical experience and lack of internships or industrial exposure, it contributes to dropout because some students are not motivated. Online distraction, it affects the TVET students, especially because they are still adjusting to the blended learning. In terms of undermining the authority of the SRC, this is a challenge to our college. Student formation bypass the SRC, presenting themselves as the real representatives of students. This has been caused because most of the SRCs, we are coming from different formations. So if ever this one won the election and the other formation did not won the elections, so it started causing the disruptions. Now there are those ones who are representing themselves as the real representatives of the students. So SRC members struggle to implement decisions when formation oppose them. And many student formations are aligned with the external political parties. This shifts focus from students' welfare to political agendas, affecting constructive engagement. College receive multiple conflicting demands from different formations. Clashes between formations or with security can put students, staff at risk. The challenges with the student accommodations. Accredited accommodations are not monitored by NSFAS, and it leads to the student unrest. In some accredited accommodations are not graded correctly. They are not up to standard. The issue of NSFAS status is not changing in time. It affects students because they end up being chased out. Same applies to delayed accommodations payment. Student residents are many, but NSFAS delay to accredit the accommodations, and we end up receiving rape cases because our students are not staying in safe places. Students end up owing a lot of money to the accredited accommodations, and the landlord demand money from students. The hostel accommodate only 264, and it is not enough to accommodate all students who are in need of the accommodations. We have less accredited accommodations since we are in rural area. Recommendations that can take the college forward: we recommend the use of digital tools, LMS, and recorded lecturers which are zero-rated, provision of tablet which can multitask to work for a period of 3 years for NCV and 1 year 6 months, for nated loading textbooks rather than buying textbooks, that is delaying the process of teaching and learning, and the building of study centers. Add skill-based courses like communication, coding, data analysis, AI, and entrepreneurship. We also recommend that we have modern classrooms and well-equipped labs. At the back of the student card, we recommend that they must print higher health toll-free number. Biometric system which will provide correct data for absenteeism since students sign for each other, and that will also assist to know who is coming in and out, for security measures, for safety of the students and staff members. So we recommend that SRC must also have the advisory SRC, and there must be a policy regarding that. Clear communication from the financial aid about all the bursaries that we have regarding their tuition fees and allowances, especially with the SETA bursaries. The best performing subject lecturer must assist all sister campuses. Strengthened and enhanced communication between college management and students on the QCTO and the phasing out of the report 191 nated. We recommend that we must have visitors tags at the gate to help the security with monitoring the students and visitors. A qualified student support officer is needed at Mujaji campus. The college must also consider having hostels in all campuses, including at the college farm, for the safety of the students. The campus nurses must provide with medication to treat minor illnesses such as headaches, flu and colds, and mild infections. In conclusion, the college demonstrates a commendable level of readiness in terms of academic delivery, basic infrastructure, and institutional commitment of student development. The presence of the structured academic programs and ongoing initiatives reflects the college preparedness to meet its educational mandate. However, students continue to face certain challenges, internship opportunities. These challenges, if not addressed proactively, may impact student success, employability, and an overall institutional growth. To take the college forward, focused recommendations have been proposed, emphasizing curriculum enhancement, improved infrastructure. With timely support and sustained oversight by the Portfolio Committee, the college is well positioned to transform challenges into opportunities and long-term institutional excellence. On our next slide, we have our 2025 student representatives, as I've already outlined on the composition and the SRC term of office. We are now already started with the manifesto, and the training also is underway for the upcoming SRCs. So I thank you.
Thank you very much, SRC. Somebody can please load the presentation for Labour, and can Labour go in front to present? Just to caution leadership of students. When we started the meeting, we had indicated that private accommodation providers that are apparently, according to the intelligence we got, that are planning to use the students to destroy the TVET College owned student accommodations are not accommodation providers and will not be treated as such. They will be treated as criminals. And I want to warn students, because I heard on one slide the tone there, President, that we must not allow students to be used by accommodation providers to do wrong things. We've always said that we are always on the side of the students when they are being students, but will not be on the side of students that are now weaponized and utilized to be something else. We'll treat them as something else. And if we ban infrastructure of the college, you are now will treat you like an arsonist. And we don't want you to fall for that. Don't allow, and you must speak to other students, business people. And I mean, in my committee, almost all of us were student leaders. And I tell them in my committee that where I went, Honorable Msezana also went many years later, so he's young. So I went early, came many years late. And I said to him, Honorable Msezana, when there was a strike where we were, because we went to University of KwaZulu-Natal, when there's a strike, you will find business people coming to us, buying us alcohol. Those people, they've got absolutely nothing to do with the strike. They're just looking for an opportunity to strike, and they look for vulnerable people. They come to you and say, if you want your views to be heard correctly, go and ban the cafeteria. Why? Because they are on a database of an institution to do maintenance of buildings of your university. You don't know that. You think, no, these guys are good Samaritans. They're sponsoring us with food, with alcohol. They know they are on the panel. It's either him or him who's going to be given. Same with security. The university or an institution operates with 50 guards. They then probably work with some of the students who are vulnerable to touch 2 or 3 buildings. Then the university on an emergency basis procures more security. And instead of them having 50, they now have 200 security for 10 days. DDG Zungu. There was a strike at the University of Fort Hare that lasted for 12 days. And in 12 days, there was extra security procured. And in 12 days, the university paid 11 million for extra security. When we went there, Honorable Msezana will tell you, it was like we're in Gaza. It was a war zone. So many police officers, so many traffic securities with guns I've never seen. I think Honorable Msezana, because it's from KZN, he said they call it a revolver. So it was a long gun with something. And so, his party takes people to Ukraine and to train them. So he knows this thing. So, 11 million. So I want to warn students, because I was worried about one of the slides that speaks about private accommodation. Don't fall for such things, because mostly it's criminals. They'll come looking like and smelling like and talking like good Samaritans. But they've got business interest. And that business interest has got nothing to do with you. Labor?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Committee of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. As the unions of Letaba TVET College, we wish to thank the Portfolio Committee for the opportunity to present the workers' perspective on the state of readiness of Letaba TVET College for 2026 academic year. This submission reflects the lived realities of workers and aimed at strengthening teaching, learning, and institutional stability. It is important that I make a mention that the views that we are about to present here are not the views of our own or of the leaders of distinguished unions, but are the views of all the communities of the student, the community of the college population. We make a mention on the purpose of the submission. Next slide. To present the state of readiness from the perspective of the workers, to highlight challenges which are affecting the workers, and to propose corrective recommendations as it was requested from the committee. The overall of assessment of readiness. As labor within the College of Letaba TVET College, we are of the view that the college is not fully ready for the 2026 academic year. Why do we highlight this sentiment? We're not saying they are not ready, we are saying they are not fully ready because there are elements which are able to highlight and to show us readiness. And as a TVET college, our primary objective is teaching and learning. So there are serious gaps which are there in the staffing, resources, infrastructure, and readiness in terms of your QCTO. Teaching, learning, and governance are compromised. What are these challenges which we want to make a mention in terms of teaching and learning? There is, next slide, human resource challenges. There are issues in terms of the shortage of lecturers and support staff, and funded posts are not fully filled. Non-recognition of lecturers' qualifications. As a TVET college, it's very important that lecturers and staff in the TVET college upskill themselves and are able to undergo true lifelong learning. But it's very much difficult because you find instances where lecturers and staff are able to upskill and develop and further their studies. But it takes the department very long time to recognize those qualifications in terms of moving them from one RQV to another. And there is a backlog of more than 4 years as we sit here in this committee. There is violation of the approved college organogram. There is prolonged acting positions. We have been having the longest acting positions in the college, starting from the college principal to DPs, to your campus managers, to your HODs, to your seniors. So as a college, we are unable to be progressive in terms of the delivery of teaching and learning. There is selective application of recruitment policies. There would be instances where, for an example, I just spoke about acting positions, where there is no transparency in terms of these acting positions as per the recruitment policy. Would only receive appointment letters, and there would be nowhere where the labor is invited to partake in these appointing positions. There are unfair labor practice, where there are instances where you'd find an employee resigns for whatever reasons, and someone is then ascended into the responsibility of the person who's no longer with us. Yet the very same person will be required to do double duties without a tangible allowances in that regard. There is temporary long-serving lecturers and support staff. We have lecturers who have been with the college for more than 10 years. Standing here with you, they are still on temporary basis. It demoralizes the lecturers to work extra mile. It demoralizes them in terms of security, in terms of their employment. The implementation of PPN needs to be prioritized, which we are always being informed of the budgetary measures. Workload and labor practice concerns. There is a serious overloading of lecturers and support staff. I've already touched on it a little bit, wherein lecturers groups are moving beyond what they are supposed to have. There is teaching outside the area of specialization, where lecturers are teaching the subjects which are not specialized in their field in terms of the subjects that they are given. There is inequitable subject allocation. Some of these items, they are intertwined. There is unapproved part-time teaching allowances. Standing here before you, there is NATED trimester engineering that is supposed to write tests next week. And the allocation that is at hand, it's such that it's moving beyond what lecturers are supposed to have. But because we have dedicated lecturers, they were able to work beyond their jurisdiction to make sure that they prepare these students for their test number 1. But it becomes difficult because when it's time to approve part-time so that they're able to be compensated, they are told that you can only be paid from the time of approval and not from the time of contract session. So at times you find that the students will be left stranded because lecturers would say, will not be able to start because I will not be paid since the payment is from the date of approval. But yet, lecturers which are educated, they were able to assist them. And we wish that moving forward, this approval, they will be able to be done on time. Resource constraints. The textbooks, ISET, and other materials arriving late. As they've made a mention that they have been delivered but not yet complete. PPEs and other PPEs for students and other staff and lecturers also takes time. Old or outdated version computers in the computer labs and having old laptops. It is very much important that we have programs like in your ODP, there's supposed to be file management systems wherein it prevents students from stealing each other's work so that we avoid plagiarism. Poor connectivity. As of the time this report was sent, there was serious poor connectivity, which of recent, we have seen different companies busy with the network in different institutions, in different campuses. We are not yet sure as to how far are they in terms of that, because we talk about online learning, which is very much important in the advanced technology that we are in. There is also a need to provide lecturers and other staff with data and modems, because we cannot talk about online learning when lecturers are only having access to data, when they are having access to network, when they are only within the campus. No enough printers in the workshops and classrooms, resources not provided as per your subject guidelines, such as your dictionaries for English subjects, such as your calculators for mathematics, as is a requirement in some levels. Teaching and learning challenges. There is overcrowded lecturers, classrooms. We have already made a mention that some of these items are intertwined, wherein you find that the ratio should be 1:30. And there would be instances where there is a group of 70 students and they are referred to as one group. There's supposed to be 1:30, 1:15 for practical subjects. And you'd find that the ratio is more than that. Teaching and learning in such an instance will not be progressive. Insufficient and poor quality workshop machineries and equipment. It is very important in the reality that we are living in your AI, your industrial 4.0, which is your 4IR and advanced technology. It is very much important that the technologies that exist in the workshops are in line with what is required in the industry and in the market. Continuous late registration, delays, the continuous late registration due to delayed results, allocated time per subject is not adhered to according to the subject guideline. Notional time for lecturers' workload is not properly considered. We have alluded to that in terms of their intertwining. Preliminary timetables have been developed, however, due to shortage of classrooms and teaching venues, timetables will always clash. We have a serious problem with infrastructure. and we are highlighting what is tangibly happening on the ground. You'd find that there is a timetable that is enacted, but when there is time for teaching and learning, you'd find lecturers clutching, and you'd find that effective teaching and learning is unable to proceed. On the next slide, on lecturers and support staff working conditions, due to the same infrastructure, you'd find that admin work is done in the cars, is done under the trees, precisely because lecturers and staff, they've got nowhere to sit and do their filings. They've got nowhere to sit to do their admin work. Poor ventilation and electricity challenges. It has been sorted in terms of what the information we had, the knowledge we had at the time. Employees are called. Okay, we can move to the next slide. QCTO program challenges. The last one was part of unfair labor practices. I've already touched on it. There's QCTO programs that is to be implemented in the TVET colleges, which we undertake and understand that it's a very important program which is able to respond to your NDP 2030 and beyond. Because as an institution, we must seek to alleviate poverty, and we must seek to respond to the market. And by so doing, we must be able to not only fight unemployment, but allow a situation where students are able to start their own industry so that they're able to contribute in eradication of unemployment by hiring others and contribute to the economy. But however, this program is becoming challenging in terms of inadequate training for lecturers. You find that trainings are there, we can agree with that, but most of the trainings are not responding to what the QCTO is requiring, which is very much important. No dedicated QCTO structures, weak or no industrial partnership. We've already made a mention that we have partnership, but we need to streamline and heighten this partnership to a sense that the companies that we're able to partner with, they are such that when lecturers and the students are taken to those industries, they are able to respond to the gaps which lecturers are already having. In some instances, lecturers are supposed to be trade tested. In some instances, lecturers are exposed to the old technology, old machineries, meaning that there should be industries that are able to respond to where we are as a country and the world at large.
We're left with 5 minutes leadership just to...
Thank you very much. Even though the SRC was given 20 minutes, thank you. I will wrap it up. Lack of modern technologies.
Don't push us to that. In fact, your time was done. I'm giving you 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Because we're speaking. It's our meeting, this one. I did say when we started. It's us who decide who, we give you time, we tell you your time, it's up to this much. The students, we allow them to, because they're the biggest stakeholder here. And now you want to compare yourselves to students when we are giving you from our own grace. You must not do that. Because it's us who decide. So you are now left with 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Apology for that, Chair. Insufficient classroom offices. Let's go to the next slide. We've already made a mention of that. Shortage of ablution facilities. We've got a challenge in terms of the bathrooms. We are sharing less bathrooms and been many as an institution in some campuses. Then there's inadequate learning environments, such as your libraries where students are able to study. The next slide, please. Staff wellness and psychological support, where it is required that there should be focus areas on health support, stress management, anger management, and psychological counseling, wherein staff are assisted in that regard. Next slide, please. Recommendation, mental health, stress management, and anger management of the employees. Next slide, please. Key recommendation continues. We should investigate labor relations, recruitment practices, and leadership instability at the college. Ensure that there is transparency, recruitment, fair labor practice, and permanent appointment of positions. Ensure that there is overtime that is worked eligible, which is compensated. Next slide, please. Way forward, we should prioritize teaching and learning, ensure meaningful labor engagement, provide adequate resource and infrastructure, properly prepare for QC2 implementation. And the conclusion is that the workers' perspective clearly indicates that as of where we are now, we are not yet ready, but we believe that there are few gaps that we need to fill so that we are able to say we are fully ready as an institution, so that we are able to build the college and contribute towards the economy of the country. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Labour Union. NSF will take your presentation as well. If you can go up there and do it from there. Whilst the NSF goes the DDG, how many, just plus minus, how many, I know you have about 30-something thousand employees in the department, right? About plus minus. That's not the accurate number, just roughly. You have about 30, around 22,000. How many of them roughly are lecturers in our TVET colleges, plus minus?
It will be in the region of about 11,000.
11,000?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm asking this because Labour just presented and they're saying there should be, or lecturers must be given data to have access to teaching material when they're at home. So I was just checking, I wanted to check. So it's about 11,000 lecturers. Okay, so, okay. And I hope Labour, when you said you wanted Labour, you wanted data, you're not saying that the department must pay data for us to be there on Netflix. It was just it was just to access teaching material. And okay. NSF.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was still just trying to check time to avoid saying good morning. Afternoon, everyone. I'm Ms. Matago from the NSF. I'm going to present on the project that the chairperson has indicated that there will be a physical visit. And please take note that it's very fortunate that the presentation is not long. So it's gonna save us time. Most of the things are things that you're going to see like live. So there's not much theory, there's sufficient action on the ground. Okay, the project name is K-Warning. It's a skills academy. These are the accreditations that the SDP, the skills development provider, has. I'm not going to read them one by one, but there are those which our funded project fall within. K-Warning, like I indicated, it's a private service provider, a skills development provider. This is the infrastructure that they have. They didn't really put on details there. As we go to the sites, these are the things that you are going to see. They have a training office and a workshop at Waitara Road. It's just here in Zanin. And then they have an office in Gauteng. That's where they do most of the admin. And then they have a Cooper Farm office and workshop. It is just around here. That's where they are doing the training. And then they were funded by the NSF to the tune of 14 million for training of artisans. It's a group of 65 learners divided into 3, of which 25 are bricklayer. Recruitment and selection, learner placement, it's recruitment and selection, medical assessment, learning delivery overheads, PPE toolboxes, facilitation and assessment, moderation, and then the most one that I can talk about is the issue of the trade test. That is the main purpose of the program, for just to ensure that when learners exit the program, they are certified artisans. And then it also involves the project management fee that goes to the SDP and the COIDA issues. And then the purpose of this presentation, this should have been on the first slide, is to present the outcomes achieved by K Warning Skills Academy through the implementation of the Artisan Development Program and Will Placement Program. It is aimed to demonstrate the impact of the artisan training initiatives within the rural communities. And it also highlights learner participation, performance, completion rates, and socio-economic benefits. And also account for the utilization of public funds invested in skills development and artisan training. The project overview, the Artisan Project is a 3-year development program implemented by the SDP. It's at Cooper Farm Workshop here in Zanin. And then the training was rural focused to provide accessible artisan training where skills are scarce. It concentrated on critical and scarce trades, that is, as mentioned, it's electrical, plumbing, and bricklaying. The main objective was to develop competent workplace-ready, trade-tested artisans to meet the local and national infrastructure needs. The project was implemented over a 3-year period. It started in November 2022, and the end date was 31 August 2025. We are at a close-out phase of the project. And then the participation and completion statistics, that is also the artisan program. 65 learners were trained, 62 were trade tested. The completion rate was or is at 95%, and then the learners who didn't complete or dropped out, it was only 5%, which is 3. And then the training model, K Warning Skills Academy implemented a structured and comprehensive artisan training model, combining theoretical and practical learning to ensure fully competent artisans. It was delivered in accordance with the National Occupational Standards, that is the requirements of the QCTO and staff. The Will 1, I'm sorry this information was not separated, but the Will 1 ensured that there's hands-on training, and it was also done at Cooper Farm workshops, and then learners applied theory in real scenarios under supervision, and then they focused on practical skills, problem solving, and trade-specific tasks. So when I talk to work-based learning for the artisan, that is the explanation that we can give, and then for the Will ones, the learners were placed under different host employers. On this slide, I'll just talk to the final trade testing. aligned to national standards. The competency assessed through formal trade tests, which took place in copper farm testing, verified safety, compliance, and trade readiness. And then successful learners became fully qualified, trade tested artisans ready for employment or self-employment. The key outcomes and value for money. As the other slide indicated, that is the impact that the funding through NSF had through this project. I'm not going to talk to this slide and this one. Let me also say that we just decided to be a little bit proactive before it becomes a probe that there's no project that is perfect. Each and every project has got its own challenges. So some of the challenges that were experienced during implementation was the issue of rural logistics and transport constraints, where you find that learners cannot really access the training site, but they were given necessary assistance to be part of the program. One other strategy that was meant to address the issue of access was that the farm, most of the beneficiaries of the project stayed just next to where the farm is. And then the limited access, learner socio-economic pressures. This one was mitigated through the financial support that was given by the NSF. And then this one is just the female learners getting pregnant and so forth. But there's provision that when learners lose some time within the implementation of the program, they are given a specific time off where the payment of stipend is also withheld, and then they come back to the program and finish up, get trade tested and qualify. And with those few slides, I say thank you. And then one thing that I would like to maybe reflect or say to the chairperson of the committee is that the director of cabling is in our presence, but we just felt that he will be in only with your, if you do agree, in case there might be things that will need to handle himself. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, NSF, for the presentation. Members, we are now going to engage all the reports. There's a report of NSF SETA-funded programs, labor, student representative council and management. So we'll start with, let me do my list. So this will be our order, colleagues. We'll start with Honorable Governor, who will be, it's not every day, it's only 2 days in a row, who will be followed by Dr. Christians, followed by, I'm starting with those that arrived on time, who will be followed by Honorable Lonzi, followed by Honorable Mosezane, followed by Honorable Zondo, followed by the chair of the portfolio committee in education, Limpopo, followed by Honorable Marenga, followed by Honorable Khachau if there's an appetite, and Honorable Khabo if there's an appetite, because they just arrived now. So those that have not introduced themselves, you'll introduce yourself when you are busy with your question. So Honorable Governor, your 7 minutes starts now.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Maybe one must just start with the issue of Manzini. I just went to visit the clinic as I walked out. Maybe I would need you to, in terms of your own thinking, what is a fully fledged clinic that we're supposed to have in TVET?
Thank Honorable Governor. I will not have the full detail in terms of, I'm not sure if you're referring to the contents of what needs to be in the clinic. We are guided by Higher Health in terms of that, because I think TVET colleges haven't had such facilities in the past. So I think it should be able to provide, firstly, in terms of the capacity personnel, but also in terms of the relevant, equipment that is needed within the facility itself, and also to be able to accommodate a certain number of students at a particular time. I don't have the specification that is required, Honourable Member.
Okay, Manzini, maybe the one that is responsible for Make Clinic, anyone authorized to respond, can give me their idea of what is a fully fledged clinic that is supposed to be in the TVET in terms of your first aid and your basics.
Thank you. Here on campus, our clinic is offering fully fledged services such as assisting the student in diagnosing. If they have to refer them to the hospital, they do so. And we also have services such as prevention for our female students. And we do assist in terms of giving them tablets, such as what they have alluded to say, if maybe they are experiencing headache, we do assist. It's a minor services that we do, but major services are referred to the clinic. Even the first aid we do.
What happens if one of your students goes to the clinic and tests, does or their blood BP and diabetic test, and they get it that it is high? Which first aid do you provide in terms of the two? Because I just went to a clinic. The only thing that the clinic has, it has sanitary towels and painkillers.
I'm referring this because we have teenagers. At least our first aid should respond to the first kit. And secondly, our first aid should have, in fact, all institutions should have anything that needs to do with STIs. Because I'm thinking we're dealing with young people here. And when she goes already to the clinic, it definitely says something is wrong, but there is nothing, absolutely nothing. There are no first aid drips, there is not, it's just antibiotic, there is no antibiotics, it's just painkillers. So which first aid are you referring to? I'm saying now a person has tested for diabetic. Their blood levels at 150 something and their sugar is close to 20 something. What happens in that instance? What do you all have to minimize the situation? Because that is the first aid.
I might not be able to answer it clearly because I'm not a specialist in that area. But if there are such incidents...
Then maybe you should withdraw you saying they are fully fledged.
Yeah, let's do this. Higher health. The question was, what does a fully fledged clinic of higher health comprise of? What does it look like? And we always say that if you are not sure, if you don't know, do indicate, and in the meantime, you can just WhatsApp the people that work with those things and ask them, what is it that it must look like? And then they give you that information, you then share it. But let's not answer something that we don't know, because now you just gave us an answer that shocked us. That it's not a clinic, you are a referral room. You refer, if they have headache, you give them Panado. If they have something, you refer them to hospital, that's all. Now that can't be a clinic. A clinic is an environment where somebody can get in there and get help health-wise. So get that information and then tell us, what does a fully fledged clinic according to high health standard look like? 1, 2, indicate where are those clinics in all our campuses, which ones? And then maybe give us categories of which kind of clinics do you have. Category A, maybe that's fully fledged. Category B, that's partly fledged. Category C is entry level. And what does it look like? So that at least when we live here, we know what higher health does and what it does not do. Sorry, Honorable Governor, I thought I must just clarify that part to you. Let me restart your time. No, you can continue, Honorable Governor. She will get that information from higher health people who deal with this thing, and before we leave here, she will give them to us. You can ask other questions.
I'll still continue with the clinics, because when we sat and thought about clinics in TVETs, we thought it's something that is addressing students' needs. But with what I just witnessed, there is no assistance that you'll get in that clinic, none. We are in institutions that even have, sometimes you speak about abortion. A child tried to do termination of pregnancy. The first place that the child needs to be rushed to, it's your own clinic, to make sure that the child does not bleed. We are having adults, she is pregnant. The first thing that needs to be done in a clinic is something to help so that you calm her to the next assistance, which is the hospital or a bigger clinic. But where I witnessed, it's just a room with a nurse and boards written clinics with no assistance. Zungu, it can't be correct. It can't be correct, Manzini, because when you go to a clinic, it's where you are going to be assisted with your first aid. And we are having adults here, some are diabetic, some have BP, some have different illnesses that can never require you to be elsewhere but Firstly, you need to get it in a clinic. Maybe that needs to be addressed, and can it be sent fully to us so that we are able to look at the standards and norms and gradings of clinics in different institutions. The issue of dropout maybe needs to be looked at. If you look at the number or the percentage of engineering dropouts, is double the number of the NCV and business studies. What might be the impact of this high number, that is 2025? Because it's very alarming to have such a big number for dropout. It then says whatever we're doing is not going to achieve the ultimate goal at the end.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. I think we do acknowledge the concern, and we agree. Mainly, it's in the engineering. The trimesters are quite short, and like we've indicated, majority of our students are funded by NSFAS. So once students are unable to progress to the next level, you find that the funding is unable to continue with them. So some of them, they drop at that point. You find that they did not pass to progress to the next level. There's no longer funding available. So we have implemented strategies of assisting them with extra classes and also assisting them with peer tutoring in trying to make sure that we support those that are finding it difficult to actually progress to the next level. Thank you.
Principal, what is it that we are hearing that the lecturers and support staff do some of their admin work in the cars and under the trees? Why is that? How are you addressing the issue of human dignity and a proper working environment? Why will they have a concern of saying they do their work under the trees or in their cars?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will indicate that we are aware of challenges of infrastructure, but I'm not aware of people that would do work in their cars. But we will engage further with organized labor on this issue. But I want to indicate that issues relating to ventilation or issues of maintenance, we've got our own internal maintenance team that campus by campus will go deal with issues of maintenance. The room that we are in was repainted by the students. The aircons were serviced by our own internal team. Though we acknowledge that...
I think Principal, let me just stop you there. My time is running out, but you have an office. Do you have an office? So why are you better than the rest of the staff? If you have these problems, why do you have a space to do your own admin work and yet they don't? Why are you treated different? Why is the top management treated different from lecturers? They're actually people that provide learning. Why will they go and feel this treatment in your capacity of leading? Last one question. Who is providing the skills in trainings for lecturers? QCTO? Who is responsible for providing skills?
Thank you. Maybe if I can get clarity, skills to lecturers.
Yes.
On QCTO.
Yes.
Trainings or QCTO are coordinated by the
trainings combined to addressing the issue of QCTOs.
Yes, they are organized by the department, but we went further to organize the programs with QCTO directly only for lecturers of Letaba. So there will be a national program that all lecturers for specific subjects are sent for training. But apart from that, like I've indicated, we've organized training for our own, for material development, amongst others.
Labour just stood in front of us and said the training that is being offered to them does not address the quality or the criteria of what is needed in the QCTO in terms of how they should portray their work in the lecture rooms. Why would you provide a training that does not address your problems?
DDG Zungu, that's the department that must respond to. It was also raised yesterday, by the way, that the training that QCTO gives to lecturers for occupational programs that must start now is not sufficient, or it does not cover what it must. What is the, I know DDG, QCTO is a standalone body, but they should have at least gotten the mandate from the department. They can't come. So is there any response to that, DDG?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I will request Mr. Vere to outline the different programs, because they are short skills that allow the lecturers to be in class. However, there are further programs that will then be intensified. But these programs are also talking to the reskilling of some of the lecturers that have to migrate to offer these occupational programs. But the acting chief director responsible can just provide more clarity on that one. Mr. Vere.
Thank you, DDG. Thank you, Chair. We'll need details for context, because the training that is offered by us jointly with the QCTO on upskilling and reskilling of occupational qualification lecturers, it's vast. There's a variety. So I would need to know the context within which this is coming from, so that I can respond appropriately, because it's not a homogeneous type of program. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll do it this way, so that we don't only address a problem here. So each DDG, you must write to each principal and say, each principal of the 50 TVET colleges, they must coordinate meeting with labor, with these lecturers, all of them, in all campuses. And they must say, on occupational program A that deals with ECD, I'm making an example, that deals with ECD, these are the challenges that we have. On occupational program B, these are the problems we have with regards to the training that we're getting. And then all of them must be coordinated with the regional managers, be sent to the department, and that's where you must get them. Then you address all of them holistically, instead of, because it was raised yesterday in Capricorn. It's being raised here. So there might be something that you think you are covering, but according to the lecturers, you are not covering it. So let's coordinate it that way. All 50 TVET colleges, DDG, through either regional managers or directly, convey that message that they must sit down with labor, especially on this occupational program training, and what are the challenges, where can it improve. Let them bring in their suggestions and then take it up. And then when you report to us in 3 months, you then report how far you have went with that. Dr. Christians?
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to get clarity on the acting positions and the temporary positions that was mentioned. We heard that some of the temporary appointments that lecturers hold are older than 10 years, and that the college still has a lot of acting positions. So, okay, we understand that the Purcell vacancies are limited to 63%. But we've also heard that that moratorium has been lifted in April 2025, and that the college now really foots the bill for that particular payroll. But more concerning, I think, is that we heard that there are 60 vacant posts. So my question is, with regard to your temporary appointments, first of all, that are 10 years and more, have there been any legal disputes with CCMA? Anybody that has a problem that they have been in a temporary position for more than 10 years? And this question is directed to both the Department of Higher Education as well as to the college, because I think this is really a terrible situation for me, because these are obviously posts that should be permanent positions, because the college obviously needs those positions. So why are they temporary for 10 years and more? And then for the college, what is your legal basis really? What is your HR policy? What does that say in holding lecturers to temporary positions for such a long period of time? And then for the acting positions as well, I don't think we really heard clearly which acting positions those were. Can those just be stated clearly to us? What acting positions are still vacant at this college? And then to DHET, why are those positions still vacant? Why have they not been appointed permanently? Still with lecturer positions and vacancies. To the college, which particular programs currently do not have lecturers available for the current year? And how are they impacting training of students for this year? And I think what I would also like to know is, what was your current or your cost of your temporary positions last year? If you have that at hand. If you don't have it at hand, you can always send it to us. But what was your annual cost last year to fund all your vacant positions at the college? And then I would also like to know by you, because we now obviously see that there's a problem with your vacant positions here. Have you written to DHET to request intervention from them to assist with PERSEL funding? And if you have written to DHET, what was their response? Thank you. That is the one question. Or the one set of questions.
Yeah, I've just paused your time. I think the department must answer, because the department is the one that has created actings. The principal of this college is acting regional manager of Gauteng and Free State currently. And therefore, the position of principal here is occupied on an acting basis. And that can't be filled because the position is not vacant. Then the person who's acting principal is a deputy principal. Now, where he is, his position can't be filled, can only be occupied on an acting basis. And possibly where the acting principal's position or person is acting, also their position is acting, was being acted by somebody. So the problem is DHET, by not filling even in KwaZulu-Natal, it's the same problem. When we're there, we have an acting regional manager who's the principal of a college, and that college has an acting principal, and they were deputy principal, their position is acting deputy principal. So the actings comes from, it's generations. Everybody's acting, So the problem is from DHET, and I wanted us, like I said, I wanted us to be at least fair to the college, not to ask them a question that must be responded to by the department. When we were in Free State, you did say moratorium is no longer there. Now take us through.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair, and maybe direct response to
the
Honorable Dr. Christian.
Honorable Msenzane says I must call Mzoneli, who's the acting DDG of corporate, so he must come and answer why you are not filling positions. No, Mzoneli was not there, he just arrived. I must protect him.
But he's acting, Chair.
Yes, he's acting. Respond, DDG.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Indeed, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we do have the challenge in terms of filling those vacancies timeously. And it's got its history and department, which we are trying to address. I think, as you spoke about the acting regional manager whose substantive post is a principal here, those vacancies have been advertised, including the principals. It's now the matter of finalizing those processes. We did receive the approved panels for us to sit, and we were waiting. I think now acting DDG is out for the schedule of the sittings that is happening. But there are others that have already started, even at regional levels for deputy principals that is happening where the panels have been approved. So it's a pity that he's out, but I think he can be able to give us the exact timelines when will those panels be sitting. The second part that I wanted to address, raised by Honorable Dr. Christians, around the non-filling, maybe at a college level, that the records, I don't have the updated one, but 2023, 2024, statistics in terms of the COE of Letaba, they were already sitting at 63.21%, which is above the threshold. So which means even if we lift the moratorium chair, they will still not be able to fill. So, but they will be compelled that those staff members should be absorbed by the college until such time that other means are made. But this is 2023. It might have changed because it does happen, but not at the speed because of natural attrition sometimes that the vacancies become available. But they fall in the category of the colleges that have exceeded their threshold. Therefore, they will be supported through college councils at this point in time. I'm not too sure if I've covered the part from the department side. In terms of the college COE, I think the principal can be able to respond to that, including the amount of money that they've spent for college council COE. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I wanted to request that we send this information in writing. Thank you.
No problem, Chair. Because I think it is important for us to have an indication of what it is currently costing the TVET college, because historically, vacancies, temporary positions has been a huge problem for TVET colleges, and TVET colleges cannot operate without the necessary lecturers. That's your core function as a TVET college. So how do you operate without lecturers and without being able to fund them? So I think it's important for us to have that amount so that we can also liaise with DHET on the same thing, because we have to address that matter. Then I just want to have a little bit more information on the college farm, which I found very interesting when it was presented. So, you know, I just want to know if the farm is fully fledged, is it fully operational? How long has the farm been operating? How many, I think you mentioned there were 30 students currently registered. Now, how many students have already received certificates for completed course? If any, if you can just relay that information to us, and whether the farm is fully operational, I think that's important for us to know. Then you mentioned that, you know, there's also a certain kind of income that the farm generates through its production and so on. So can you tell us a little bit more about that? What kind of income it generates, what kind of amounts it generated perhaps for 2025, and how it generated that income for the college? Do you feel that the farm is underutilized? Can it still grow? Is there anything that DHET still needs to implement and to assist you with? And the running of the college itself, is it done in-house or is it outsourced? Do you get any outside assistance for the farming? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. The college farm is 242 hectares. We are currently utilizing the vast land for grazing of the cattle. Like I've indicated, we've got over 80 cattle. And in terms of the utilization, we have got a production plan. And we are not, one could not say that we are fully utilizing it to its fullest capacity. But we've done internal camps where the cattle will move from one camp to the other so as to preserve the grass. So what is guiding us is the guiding document from the department on primary agriculture. There are certain items that are required for us to offer primary agriculture level 2, level 3, and level 4. Last year we were doing level 2. Everything that is there is to cover items of level 2 for students' practicals. So this year we've taken the cohort that has passed from level 3 went to level 3. So we upgrade it as we move with levels. But we are also getting support from Agri-SETA in terms of some of the learnerships. For an example, now we're going to do piggery. We didn't have piggery in level 2. So we also have some cash crops just to augment the income stream so that the farm can get to a point where it's breaking even or it's even generating revenue on its own to can also expand in terms of the other infrastructure that might be required. Yeah, but I think when coming to the revenue, I may not have the actual figures. I just know that we sold some cattle and some cash crops, so I might not have the actual figures. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Just a quick follow-up. Wait, you can answer that one as well. I just want to know how many female students you have as well in that farming project.
Okay. I'm reminded that there's a question of whether is it outsourced or done in-house. The management thereof is outsourced. Obviously because of our 63% wage bill. So the people who are managing it, they are working hand in hand with the team of primary agriculture from the campus under the supervision of the HOD Business Studies. And the students are there supervised by them. I just do not have the numbers in terms of the gender breakdown of the students to say out of the 32 that we have there, how many are females and how many are males. Thank you.
You can send it to us as well.
I think Honorable Msazana is an influencer. He has a camera, you know, sometimes it goes on with the lights. Yeah. Msazana.
We can't leave our constituency behind, Chair. No, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings once more to the stakeholders that are present. Maybe, Chair, just maybe my first remarks will be that principal and your collective management and council, I'm very, very impressed by the work that you do in this college. I mean, I'm not easily impressed, but I'm very impressed from what you've presented to us, particularly the national academic performance in the past 3 years, with the exception of what I believe is engineering. I think the person that was chair crafting the presentation assumed that we know what ENG means. So I can only assume it's engineering, but I can also assume it's English. So I'm not sure whomever was preparing it thought we would know, but with the exception of engineering, if it's engineering, on the year 23 and 2024, where there was a slight decline. But I think all the other offered courses were outstandingly progressing, and that is very, very applauded. That is the core business and the output that obviously we are looking for. And secondly, I think on, again, the person that was preparing the presentation, Chair, they reported that cases of GPV were reported by students and support was provided to the victims. I'm not sure, Principal, maybe you can guide since you were leading your presentation. Is that the full presentation on that matter? That's what is presented, that cases were reported and students were provided with support. There's no figures, there's no when, and what would have been the conclusions and all of that. There's nothing, there's actually no report, just that statement. Principal.
Yeah, but thank you, Chair and Honorable Member. The report, we could not put it on the screen, maybe due to sensitivity, but if members request a detailed report, we'll be able to send it in writing. Thank you.
Yeah, I won't say I'm satisfied with that, Principal, because we're not asking for names, we're asking for a report of cases. If there was rape cases, if there was molestation or other cases of sexual-based, gender-based violence, should have been a report, not people that were affected. As you wrote there, that students, you could have said if there were staff, but there could have been a report to that effect, not that statement, because that statement is very quiet. But because we don't have a lot of time, you may please submit that in writing, Principal. Thirdly, I have a concern here. I saw that on your NSFAS funding, there's at least 859 applications in progress and 199 that are awaiting evaluation. Now, I'm assuming that your classes have begun, Principal, and I think Deputy Principal Academic, if there's a Deputy Principal Academic. I want to know what is happening with these students that are having applications in progress. Are they attending lectures? Are they staying in accommodations? How are they catered for? And obviously they're not registered, I assume. So what is happening with this cohort of students? Principal, I'm not sure who's going to respond to that. Perhaps a person responsible for registration and an academic as well.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Member. May I request the Deputy Principal Academic to assist?
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. The students that we have in terms of the SETAs that we've provided, we are not bearing any student from attending. What we do is that in case where the students have got some other challenges that we're having in campuses, they are also communicating with those students. And also in certain instances, if then the guardians has to be brought in, then we are able now to deal with it. But all the students, they are attending the classes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Deputy Principal Academic, we do have an exposure of an institution of higher learning with been students. How do you communicate with unregistered students? How do you communicate with unregistered students?
Okay, I think I got now the question. Those students that are finding that they have applied, but they are not yet registered.
Funded.
Yeah, they're not yet funded. That's why I was emphasizing the fact that if now they are not yet funded, but these students are in our campuses, in the different campuses, we are not bearing them in terms of the registration. What we do, we are making the communication with the direct administrator of the college from NSFAS point to say these are the students that we have in terms of these challenges. Can we be able, then they are able to provide that with the information and we're able then to assist those students.
Yeah, so maybe to assist you, are you interacting with NSFAS in as far as those students are concerned?
Yes.
Okay. How do you cater for those students? Maybe I think it would be more simpler if I ask it like that. Those students are not registered, but their applications are in progress with NSFAS. Returning of first years, I'm not certain because it's not clear on your presentation. How are you catering for them so that they do not lose out on the academic calendar?
The students that, if I understand the question, Honorable Member, is that the students that either they are, especially the returning students, who are not yet, let's say, approved in terms of the NSFAS. That's where we are engaging NSFAS for these particular students to say the status for this particular student. If then the student is not yet evaluated, because there are different categories that we have there, then we are able now to get that guidance and be able now to assist the student. But we can assure the member to say each students that we have, we are able now to cater them in terms of the registration. Yes, those that are not registered with the data that we have, we are able from, with our students support services and also our financial aid, be able now to communicate and link with those students. Thank you very much.
No, it's fine. I think again, Principal, may I please get a report on that, especially a breakdown of the returning students that would be affected and first-year students, because I think it's very critical. Some of us are on the ground most often. We know for sure that those students are mostly affected, whether they are on verification or they are having their applications in progress. Firstly, they can't be in private accommodation because landlords want proof of registration. There are many challenges that are incurred in this process of having students that are under verification or still under application. And I would really want to emphasize that an institution must really pressure NSFAS to ensure that they prioritize those students. I know NSFAS has said that they are, communicating with yourselves, but I'm not satisfied with how then, what measures are in place to ensure that those students are not academically and adversely affected by this process, particularly those that ultimately become funded.
Noted.
There's an issue here where you mentioned that you have a number of withheld certificates. I think I would have counted them to 1,274. I would really want to know, because it doesn't specify if those are just for 2025 or it's accumulative over the years. If it's accumulative, I would want to know how many have you released due to students that would have then paid to get those certificates, and how are you ensuring that the graduates are able to get employment whilst you withhold their certificates? Because I think logically, some of us that have been exposed, you understand that when you are required to apply for employment, you are required to submit your documents. And Chair, particularly universities, they have this thing of thinking or saying that they'll give you an academic record or honorable loans. No employer wants an academic record, and if you give it to them, even government departments such as education, they'll give you a timeline. After 3 months or a letter of completion, after 3 months, it's no longer, by the time you finish probation, they would want a document. So I want to know how is it assisting you with holding the certificates rather than actually putting measures in place to ensure that students are able to get employment, then come back and pay the college. I think, Chair, I'll end there because of time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and Honorable Member. What we normally do is that we'll enter into an arrangement. It's the same thing as a student that was funded by NSFAS, year one, but in year one they don't pass. We'll allow them to register still. So they will then have a debt of year two. But in year two they pass, they go to year three. They will be funded in year three, but NSFAS will not pay for the debt of year two. So you find that the student towards the end is able to complete with that debt at the end. So when they have to register, if you are not funded by NSFAS, we check eligibility. If you are not funded, we then say, let's negotiate on this debt and have a commitment. So they will just pay a particular percentage. If they are unable to pay, there's an affidavit that will be made. But we've seen a serious improvement where students, after giving them academic record, they would come and start to pay. That is why the numbers have actually went down as compared to the numbers that we have reported of students that we have placed. And we've also realized that those that are completing, their amounts are not, they are not owing a lot of money. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. I don't think I'm going to be long because I've been in and out. There's a crisis that I'm dealing with outside. No, it's not. So I'm going to be guided by the issues that were raised by the SRC. The first one, Principal, is that the SRC says the study material is still less than 50%. And of course, students are registering the academic year. If it has not started, it is about to start. So when are we going to have 100% of the study material delivered at Letaba TVET College?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The commitment that we have received from the suppliers, because we are buying textbooks directly from the publishers, is that by latest mid-February, all the outstanding textbooks would have been delivered.
Please give me a date, Principal, so that I can be able to hold you accountable to that date.
May I request to provide a date after I would have gathered and got the confirmation from the office. Thank you.
All right, thanks. The SRC also mentioned that there are computers which are not connected to the internet. Is that the case? And if that is the case, when is this problem going to be fixed?
Okay, thank you, Chair and Honorable Member. In terms of computers not connected to the internet, we do have certain areas where we are having network challenges. Some of them is your blind spots, like the President has indicated in terms of Wi-Fi, and some of them is us upgrading the network in terms of putting the optic fiber or the fiber line. But in terms of all the workshops, or not workshops, sorry, in terms of all the computer labs that we are using for exams, all of them are connected. We just appointed a service provider to upgrade the network in the workshops which were the computer labs which were old. I think they are done with Zanin. They are now working on this campus and Guyana. Thank you.
The SRC also says, Principal, that there is a delay in the issuing of certificates. I think and the inconsistency in approving diplomas. What is the cause of that problem, and how soon is the college committing to resolve it?
Honorable Lonzi, may I request the director from the exams to respond to that question?
Thank you, and honorable members. In terms of the diplomas, I think that we have worked extremely hard to make sure that we release them within a reasonable time. And I think last year we managed to release 80% of the diplomas. There were some rejections, which is about 17,000 last year. And then this year, we've also processed some of the certificate early in January, and I'm just trying to see if I've got the figures. But there are some rejections. That's where the problem is and the frustration of students. And then some of the students appeal, and sometimes there's delay. We've issued a circular to the colleges. What colleges are doing is that they wait for the applications to accumulate, and they will then keep them there for 3 to possibly 6 months. And then in June, they just dump everything there. But while students are waiting, and the manager responsible for diplomas came and called me to say, look at what colleges have just dumped. And then we issued a circular to request that as the students are applying, and the colleges must just continue to flow the application to us. But I think we have improved significantly, Chairperson, in terms of the diploma. That's where we have got 80% of the students who received the diploma last year. And a lot of them have given us positive feedback. There are few, which is a consent, that are rejected, but they can appeal some of those that are rejected by resubmitting, by reorganizing. But some of them didn't go to the right institution or industry to acquire the necessary relevant experience, which must be related to 2 of the N6 subjects.
The SRC also speak about the remarking of 2025 results that has not yet been released. It's on the slides, the number 8. Can we get clarity why those results have not yet been released, principal or anyone who is responsible for that?
Can I respond again, Chair, with your permission? We manage the remarking, and then the process is underway, because the results were released on the 13th for NCV, on the 7th for business studies, and on the 9th for engineering studies. They are underway, and then we plan to release them on the, I got the date here from the operational managers, on the 27th of February, through the mop-up.
So the commitment is that by the 27th of Feb, all of the program's results in the remarking will be released?
Yeah, it is remarked, but it includes irregularities and other results that has got challenges. All of them, they go through via the mop-up after the official release of the results.
Probably my last or second last point, the SRC also speak about vacancies of lecturers. Is that, how many vacancies of lecturers are there at Letaba TVET College? I think they touch on it. Yeah, maybe my last question. Principal, lecturing staff, shortage, point number 9.
How many vacant lecturing staff?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Member. I think in terms of the lecturing staff which are vacant, in the main are those that we have filled on a temporary basis out of that 38, with just a few that we are requesting lecturers to teach on a part-time basis. You'll find that there's a lecturer who's...
How many, Principal?
For lecturing staff?
Yeah.
Okay, I might not have the exact answer now. Yeah, I'll form part of the, if we are allowed to form part of the written submission.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We will allow you to give us in writing, but academic DP, you don't have an answer also to this one. Yeah, because then it's a worry. It was from a planning point of view, this is what I'm thinking should have happened, Principal. DP academic should have said in 2025, I had 38 part-time lecturers. I'm making an example. And all 38, they are coming to their contract is coming to an end in December. Classes will begin on the 22nd of January. As of the 22nd of January, if these 38, one, I have not replaced them, or I have not given them contract, it means the classes that these 38 were going to teach are unassigned to anyone. And the answer there should be, Deputy Principal, you should know it. You should be saying, I had 38, I've returned 18, I'm short with 20. So the classes that I had not assigned are agriculture level 4, X, Y, and Z level 3, and therefore I have 42 classes that do not have. Yeah, so we should not, if we are good in planning from an academic point of view, Deputy Principal, we should not be struggling with this one. About planning, you see, even when you do a timetable, you say classes start at 7:30, they end at 4:30. And this is a timetable. Timetable, in order to avoid clashes, you will also have teachers. On the side, you say, Tebo Kholitsie teaches LO, Maths Lit, and English, right? Then LO is in grade 8. Maths Lit is in grade 10. English is in grade 12. So what do you do to avoid clashes? When Tebogo's maths class is at 10, in grade 8, LO, he can have in grade 10 maths Lit at that time because there will be a clash. So now I'm worried. If you have a table now, and you don't have names of lecturers who are going to, go to this one, I can tell you are going to have clashes. And that's what Labour was talking about. You're going to have clashes on this one because if you say you don't know how many unassigned courses you have, then you are going to have courses, you'll have one teacher who's supposed to be in 3 classes at once. And I think, Principal, you must enter here and assist because we're going to have problems. And if you don't do it, Principal, tomorrow you'll have staff marching against you because they themselves, including students will not be taught and teachers will be expected to be all at once. So we must enter this one. It's very easy, Deputy Principal Academic, to do this thing. You just assign people what their contract says. You teach maths level 2, you teach physics level 3, and then you just assign them in the timetable. So this one you must do. You can answer. Maybe Deputy Principal maybe wants to answer. I see he's raising his hand.
Thank you very much, Chair. When we plan for 2026, the allocation, each campus then has got the allocation as per the targets for 2026, whereby each and every lecturer is placed against the group that is a specialist or in he or she. Then that we have a tentative timetable for 2026. Now, when we receive the results, like as the Chief Director has been indicating, now the reality as per the number of years that we have been in, comes in whereby now you projected to say you'll have this number of groups in this particular level. But the results as per the requirements for the promotion now it indicates to say, no, you cannot have that particular number. And what we do is that where we are not having a lecturer assigned for that particular group, that's where now we have that's where the principal, when he was presenting, we have got our programs running from 7:30 up to 4:30, where we are able to take some of our lecturers, best performing lecturers, who are assisting these groups also in the part-time. So we have that particular plan, Chair. Thank you very much.
But you don't know how many vacant lecturers you have.
Yes, that's why with the information that the principal has indicated that we can be able to provide. Thank you very much.
Okay, Honorable Zand.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe I'll start on a presentation, Principal. You talk about foreign nationals. You said there are 7 that you have employed. Then maybe one will ask, what subjects? You said 5 are lecturers, right? What are the subjects that they are doing?
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Member. They are all offering engineering-related programs.
Okay. So, in the country's database, don't we have South African who can taught that?
We do have, Chair, mainly because they are not the only ones who are offering those subjects. But I want to indicate that majority of these lecturers were appointed, I think the last one was appointed in 2019. So.
No, I know that. I have that information here. One was appointed in 2010, 4 appointed in 2012, 2 appointed 2019. I have that information. You just go on, tell me, because these people end up getting the citizenship of South African citizenship because you employed them. They are working in your institutions. They are working for the government. We know that when you spend some time in this country, you end up being able to get a citizenship. Is that what we want?
No, that is not the intention, Chair. I think
let's move from lecturers. Okay. You said you have staff, 2 staff members. Are you telling me that you don't have South Africans who can be staff members?
Sorry, come again?
You said you have 7, 5 lecturers, 2 staff members. That's correct?
Yes, support staff, yes.
I'm asking you, do you mean that you don't have South African that can be staff members?
No, we do have.
So what are you saying to us who were elected by people who are not working in their home country, and you are employing people who, to the position that are not scarce skill?
The 2 support staff members, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member, they are having the status of naturalization. And I think they were appointed long before we came to their position now.
So if you say long before, it was long before 2014. Because there is an act from 2014 that says you must satisfy yourself before you employ a person that the work he or she that is coming to do in South Africa is a scarce skill and you cannot get it within South Africa. And that law was passed 2014. Then you are telling me that those people that you are talking about, they've just...
Yeah, the other one was appointed before 2014.
Okay, the other one?
The other one was appointed after, but it's within the delegation of the department.
So you are saying it's not you? It's a department?
Yeah, it's not within our authority.
Give a department there. While we are whispering, you are whispering on my time. You must remember that, Principal. Yeah.
Honorable Zondo, he was just clarifying to me because I might not have the detail of the specific employees. And if such has happened, we will have to look at what could be the records then in terms of addressing those issues. There is a detailed report which we are yet to present to the portfolio committee in relation to all those that are affected in that particular way. And that report, I think, is ready. It was supposed to be presented to the PC, but I think that meeting did not sit. But
Okay, Manzin. In the 7, there is a 3. 3 of them are not neutralized as yet. So I want to give you a scope to say, we don't want to see these 3 neutralized because you didn't act as a department.
well, that's why I'm saying.
I'm adding to what you are saying you're going to present to the PC.
Yeah.
To say, in this institution, we have 3 people. If you are not acting now, that means in no time they will be qualifying to be not taken as foreign nationals. And those 3 positions can have, there are 3 people who are qualifying for those 3 positions.
Yeah, we're noting that, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Principal, in a presentation, in terms of gender-based, I see that you said you have policies and what so forth, but you didn't give us stats, but you said you have supported those who were affected and what so forth. Who are those who were affected? How many cases? Where are they now? You know, we need that data so that we'll know. We'll not generalize to say that you are supporting those who are a victim of gender-based violence. Maybe you should take this with this one so that, because my time is running out. I don't know, but let me take this one. I think the breakdown in terms of, I see that you are building the gates and so on, so forth. There are things that you are, projects that you are dealing with. Can we get Can we get the breakdown to say how much was budgeted for that and at what cost you have done the work for those projects? When I was looking at your presentation, I saw that you just jumped to a conclusion to say this one is complete, this one is not complete, without the basic information to say this was the money prepared or budgeted, and this was the money spent, so that we'll see. Because doing oversight, if you don't know what was the budget, then what you are overseeing. So I gave you 2 because of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Member. I think the first one on JBV, the breakdown, we had already requested that we submit it in writing. I think it's an emphasis. The second one, my understanding is that you also want a detailed breakdown, which I assume would like to be advised. We send in writing unless if you want us to clarify now. But where the information is ready, we can submit it in writing with all the information.
It's fine, we'll take it in writing. Chair?
Thanks so much, Chair, and greetings to yourselves. And as I apologize for arriving a bit late, my name is Ngakaring, because when you did introductions, I was not here. I'm Ngakaring Rahwal, the chair of the Portfolio Committee of Education in the Limpopo Legislature. And I think I was covered on a number of issues that they've raised, but I'm taking advantage, Principal and DDG, that we have the only municipality in this district that doesn't have an FET, which is Maruleng. And I know there are plans in place. And if you have information, if you can share with us, when do you think you can start? Because they either go to Palaboro or come to Zanin. And if we can check how far are we in terms of the plans for that. And on behalf of the government, we really want to appreciate what you've done. That beautiful house for that family. And I must say, Chair, they came at the right time when that family was just affected by the storm. They lost everything, and I think that's when you came in handy. And indeed, you were able to restore their dignity. That is so much appreciated. But I want to know in terms of the FET, Maruleng.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We worked with the municipality and the Mopani TVET College. We have started a program. Actually, the Mopani is opening a campus at Maruleni. Already they've started that work. And if I'm correct, through you, Chair, Mr. Malili, the students are already on site. Okay.
Chair, we were requested by the head national office to go and do a site visit, of which we went. And the college was not yet ready. The report that we got, a lot of equipment was bought, but it was not assembled yet. So they couldn't start this January because they were still doing the assembling. Thank you.
Yeah, basically the commitment is there and the work is in progress. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I might have not been here maybe when you spoke of but I've seen on the presentation of the unions, the shortage of the ablution system. And I've already used the mobile one. Maybe if just one was to check as to what could be happening. Is it the issue of water shortage or you just don't have enough?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the ablution facilities, I think we do have sufficient capacity. We just have a challenge of water in this campus. We are relying on boreholes, so there's no direct supply from the municipality. But what we have done is that we have stationed water storages so that we don't pump directly from the pump to the infrastructure, but the water passes through the storage. So it was the issue of low water pressure, which we are busy addressing. Thank you, Chair.
I'm checking. I'm not sure whether working together with the Department of Basic Education, do you still conduct career exhibitions? Or it's just a matter of saying they know about FETs, obviously they'll do an online. I'm saying this because we know in terms of I'll say skills, but we know why FET or TVET colleges were introduced. Now, I'm talking about the children that have passed now. They don't believe, because I used to speak to my colleague sitting next to me here, that a child will go and want to do management, quickly pass and grab management courses, quickly grab a qualification, and go home and stay. As opposed to a child who would say, I want to, because most of the time when you address these learners, we'll be able to tell them that every day, even yourselves will be building houses, and in that house, you're going to need a carpenter, you're going to need all those sort of electricity and everything. Now, I'm not sure if you still conduct those career exhibitions. And now I'm coupling this question with, because of the location here, where you are situated, are you not sometimes experiencing a challenge of, say, agree, the community will say, this is our college, it belongs to us, and you cannot tell us that you don't have space. Are you not sometimes experiencing those challenges?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We are still providing career guidance, working very closely with the Department of Basic Education And we have now moved to a point where after a particular period, especially June, we no longer target the matriculants. In schools that were repeating, we are now taking it down to the lower levels. And we prioritize in those that haven't done the choosing of subjects. Because we have realized that we go to matric, but you'll find that majority of the students have already chosen men's literacy. So we also working with the technical high schools, like I've indicated that we've trained their educators, and in a way of reinforcing the career exhibition or the advocacy of the TVET college, we said that we need to find a model wherein the technical high schools educators will bring the learners to the college for practicals. We think in that way, maybe they will get to develop the love and see things that can be produced here at the college. Thank you.
Yeah, this one is a comment per se, and you've touched a very important aspect of technical schools. We are both in the portfolio committee, and I think last year, deliberately, we visited almost all technical schools in the province per district. I can tell you we're still far from achieving what we want to achieve in terms of the introduction of technical schools. One of them that we visited up in the mountains in Thulamela municipality, Maria Baba Technical School, they were able to buy some machines. They are just covered there with plastics. Now the question becomes, one, is it because of they do not know how to utilize them? But at the same time, I think we were able to engage the department, because it seems as if we want to introduce the technical schools, but we're not ready. One, in terms of the teachers, because you need to have teachers that do have the skills that are required. Now, what you are saying can come very handy, because like I'm saying, each and every local municipality do have an FET college. Now, would really, DDG would want to work together so that however way they would want to access, must be able to access, so that as I move from those high schools, they should know that now that I have this skill, it means this is where I need to go. Surely we are going to canvass that idea with the department, probably with the DG, with the HOD of the department, perhaps too, because I can tell you, it's only one that we went and we were happy, which is in Mogalakwena. And already they're working with the mine. So when we went there, and pardon me what I'm about to say, Chair, the drainage system that was done by learners there, as compared to what is done by our contractors, you wouldn't believe that drainage system was done by the learners. So already it tells you the skill is there. So the will is there. Already, once they finish, some are taken by the mines and they take them to school to come back and work in the mines. So surely that idea, if we're to bring the idea and work together, we'll be able to achieve what we want to achieve in terms of skills as this country. So I think that's my parting shot. Thank you so much. As I hand over mic to...
Is it my turn?
Hold on. Any comment on the suggestion, DDG?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I think, Chair, you're raising a very important point because it talks to the issue of articulation from basic to TVET. One of our challenges as TVET is that we don't have a clear feeder from DBE that will have learners that will have specialized in technical and vocational subjects. So most of them, when they come, even when they apply, they say we are looking for spaces. And if you ask them in which areas, in most of them, they will then fall in your business or general studies. But what we perhaps, Chair, needs to do, the local TVET college campus should partner with that particular technical high school so that there is capacity that is transferred, which could even relate to the utilization of facilities, because if you allow the learners from the technical high school at an early age to get exposure into the training within the TVET, allow them to utilize the facility through a partnership, maybe adopt a school or adopt a technical high school. Universities are doing that, Honorable Chair. There are universities that capture students while they are still in high schools. They are, busing them or transporting them to those universities and expose them even to those professors that will be teaching them. So I think we do need to strengthen the partnership. I know that the Gauteng Department of Education has started what is called schools of specialization. But when the model was built, they made sure that the partnerships, industry partnerships that exist within the TVET, they are also shared with those technical high schools. So there's constant communication between the teachers in the schools and the lecturers within the TVET colleges in terms of shaping the curriculum at an early age and the packaging of the PQM in those schools. So it's a move, Chair, that we will really appreciate, and I think we need to have a conversation around that. But it might also spread to even the SGBs of the schools, because they sometimes are the ones who play a major role in determining the PQM in the schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tate Marenga.
Thanks, Lalo. I think it's befitting for me to also apologize for my late arrival. My name is Wesley Maringa. I serve in the Portfolio Committee on Education in the Provincial Legislature here in Limpopo. I have quite a number of questions, but I want to try and merge them at least so that I don't take a lot of time. Chair, my first question goes to Labour. When Labour was presenting, they raised quite a number of issues, ranging from infrastructure, delivery of goods and tools of trade. Now, what I want to know is this thing a continuous kind of an occasion that happens annually, or is just what is happening in the academic year 2026? At the same note, I want to check whether some of the issues that Labour has raised here, have you been able to engage with the college management throughout before we have this kind of engagement today now? Thank you.
Please take the mic. Give it there to me. Principal. Labor.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Honorable Member. We can safely say some of these issues are on record with our distinguished and different meetings. These matters were raised. There were attempts to resolve them. Some were resolved, but some are the issues which are still standing issues. I've even made an example that lecturers were able to work outside of their jurisdiction to prepare students to write tests next week. But they are not going to be compensated for that extra time. And because they are committed, they were able to do that. Because normally you would find that approval for part-time lessons takes time. And by that time, you would find that with native engineering students, they are already towards writing their examinations. The 23rd of March, they will be sitting for their final exam. And if you wait for that period, they would not be ready by then. Thanks very much.
Chair, on NSF, what is our output in terms of I see there's an entity here that has been contracted to deliver some certain activities in terms of empowerment of the students. What, on percentage basis, estimated, how well are we doing in terms of job placement for those students who have gone through the same program?
There's a question.
Maybe you can.
The question is, NSF has identified an entity or a service provider that they've contracted to empower our students. I want to check in terms of output, in terms of percentage, estimated percentage for job placements, how well are we doing? And if we're not doing well, what is our diagnosis of the issues that we must resolve so that we can have all of them being placed properly? Thank you.
Okay, I would say the will program, this is phase 3 of the will program. And in terms of the impact on the ground, looking at learners that have been placed with different host employers, I wouldn't really talk about a specific percentage, but we do get a feedback of how many learners that have been placed with specific host employers that at the end of the day, they are absorbed by the specific host employers, or else they are exposed and enabled to get employment because of the experience that they got during the placement time. Hence, I'm saying if I tell you a specific percentage, I would be misleading you. But in terms of assessment, when we look at the records that we have, mostly out of the total numbers of the learners that we have towards the end of the program. In fact, let me say, when we get reports and when we go and do the verifications at the sites, you find that some are given guarantee by the host employers that we know the period of placement with NSF is up to this time, within this time frame, but after that we're not going to release the learner, we're going to appoint him to be a permanent worker within that employer. So I wouldn't talk about a certain percentage, I would be misleading the committee. Thank you.
There was a conversation here about the capacity of the clinic. And there was also a mention of the high levels of HIV. No, it was pregnancy, sorry. I usually pair pregnancy issues with HIV, they usually come together. I just want to check. Can I be protected, Chair? Thank you very much. I just want to check into, it's our clinic sufficiently capacitated to deal with your teenage pregnancy awareness and your HIV AIDS challenges that we have in this area, considering the exact location of the college. Thank you. This is for the principal, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. May I request to be assisted by Higher Health?
While we're getting someone from the college to respond to HIV and teenage pregnancy, can I drop my last question? Chair, when the SRC was presenting, the president of the SRC has dropped a very worrisome outcry about student formations bypassing them. I don't know, they bypass them to where. I want to check from the office of the principal, what are the regulations that we have in terms of your student governance that relates to the existence of student formation and also the SRC in terms of engagement and the line of chain of command, so that we can avert the situation that the SRC is crying about. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I had wished that this question would not come. But I think in the main, and I want to give a bit of a background, in the main is concerned students that would not want to via the SRC as and when they have issues. And you will find that some of them, they call them consent students. Some of them, they go and lobby external structures who would come and want to engage with management on student issues without recognizing the student leadership that is there and democratically elected in terms of the SRC. I think that in the main, that is the context of the presentation. Thank you very much.
And who's assisting you with the high pregnancy and is the person inside here?
I think they went to...
Okay, it's fine, we'll get that answer. If not, you'll give it to us in writing, we'll share with the leadership. Honorable Khakha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kudumedise maduma akaretse ditulo ka fapana ha tsona ke le hlomphe kaofela. I firstly want to apologize for being late and indicate hore I'm still recovering from a whole lot. But essentially, thank you to the principal for housing us here. It's my first time in Zanin, so it's super exciting to be here. And firstly, to say I like the color of your overalls, principal. We can keep them like that. I really like them. Thank you. So I have quite a number of issues. Firstly, let me first start with the labor rep. You, in your presentation, indicated that there are employees that are called back to work earlier than expected while they're on maternity leave. Can we get clarity on that?
Yeah, then thank you, Chair, and the rest of the team. We had situation whereby at the college, people are working beyond their scope of work, where then management ended up sending the relevant officers for training. And then after being sent to the training, when they come back, they are not willing to do the work that they've been trained. What they want to do is only to go for the training and sleep in the most expensive hotels. And then we had a situation at the college where a maternity lady was forced to come back to the work. And then, you know, there are always processes. For example, when a person has to go to maternity, you should have what you call a standby. People that will, in a way, replace her. But then because then the leaves are only being taken one side, and then you grant 2 employees to go for leave. And you are not making a provision for saying, if we will have a challenge, there will be people that will be replacing the employees.
Excusing that, to be clear, the said employee who was on maternity leave, while they were on maternity leave, there are 2 individuals who were granted leave while they were on maternity leave. During the 2's leave, the one on maternity leave was requested to come back to work. Did I hear you properly?
No, let me put it clear.
Yes, be clear.
And then the ladies on maternity leave. And then again, the 2 ladies were granted leave. Whereas, in fact, they were not supposed to be granted leave, or maybe 1, so that they will replace the one and then on maternity. But then they were given leave. And then now we have got
I'm going to ask you that I'm now left with 4 minutes of 7, just of your explanation. I want you to be clear. You were saying, there's a person who was on maternity leave who was forced to come back. I asked you to explain. And then you're saying there are people who were granted leave and living in expensive hotels. And then, Mara, that person, I don't understand the relationship. That's why I was asking for clarity. So, was the person on leave, while they were on leave, asked to come back to work prematurely during their leave period? And because the people who are on standby were given leave during her maternity leave, is that the problem?
Yes, yes.
Principal, how do you make sense of you giving people leave while a person is on maternity leave and then forcing them to come back to work early?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Kakao. Well, the issue of employees being called back when they're on maternity leave, it's not the truth, Chair. I need to indicate that categorically clear.
Okay, I'll
and-
pause you there. You said it's not true. Tatana, Principal Arolishan.
Let me explain fully how it was done. We are saying then she was supposed to do an activity that has to be done on that given month end. You see, sometimes in organization there's issues that has to be done monthly. For example, the salaries and all other things. And then now is the lady on maternity that was to do the salary, and then she was on leave. And then now we have got two ladies that also were granted leave. And then now who will do the job now?
Okay, wait, so what is your issue exactly? Because Luena, you are making the system difficult. Is your problem the fact that a person was on leave and asked to come back early? Or is your problem the fact that there was nobody to come pay your salary?
And then, so two things now.
Yes.
And then is the issue of unfair labor practice with regard to the lady. One thing.
Where's the lady?
The lady is now on maternity leave.
Another one.
And then I'm talking the lady that was called. Is the first thing. And the second thing, now after realizing that there's not gonna be the people who will do the job, now and then they have to threaten other employees and then to do the very job. So my issue is on two things. And then the lady there as the first thing as the unfair labor practice. Because in a way, they are not supposed to be doing all these things from a labor point. And the second point is that...
Chairperson, I need you to please help me with this confusion. Let's start here. The principal says you are lying, that there is a woman who was on maternity leave that was asked to come back, that was forced to come back to work while they're on maternity leave. Principal Arulshanu.
Yeah, and then let's say, and then it is not, and then the principal is not correct.
Okay. Is there anyone that knows the truth other than the principal and yourself?
And then the DP.
HR, okay.
Yeah, and then thanks.
Where's
the
the
DP.
HR? Who's the HR person?
The DP for HR is there.
Hold on, okay. Deputy Principal HR. Principal, between principal and labor, who's lying? Because they're both saying the other's lying, so who's lying?
Thank you, Honorable Member. What principal is saying is correct. So the labor information, I'm not sure.
So you as a woman are saying with your chest that under no circumstance under your watch has there been a woman who's an employee of this institution who has been forced to come back to work when they are supposed to be breastfeeding a newly born child. You're saying that categorically?
Yes, I'm saying
okay.
that.
Labor, you have both the principal and the deputy principal saying this is a lie. I'm going to need you, because you're refusing to retract, that your statement is a lie. So now this is 2 against 1. I want to give you the benefit of the doubt that you must submit to committee via the secretary of this committee evidence that suggests what you're saying is true. Because if it is true, then we must nip it in the bud and deal with that, because it is quite frankly unfair. Absolutely unfair. There's a reason why people are given maternity leave, because you can't have a newly born child neglected because an institution did not know how to plan for standbys. But if you are lying, labor, then equally you yourself must deal with the ramifications of lying before Parliament, which is a criminal offense in itself. I'm going to, Chair, 7 minutes, if you delay just like that. I can't now engage with anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. When Labour was presenting, the gentleman was presenting, when they got to that slide, Honorable Khakao, it's the last part on the slide, that one of maternity. When they were presenting, the gentleman was presenting, skipped it, and then indicated that it's part of the unfair labor practice that he had already covered. And because it was part of my notes, I also noted that part, that he skipped it. And I thought maybe it's because they may have realized that maybe they were over-exaggerating the point and they were moving away from it. When the question was asked by you two, the gentleman was presenting, was given the mic, and then he passed it on to the gentleman who responded. And I also noted that part, that maybe it's because that gentleman who presented was given the mic first, does not necessarily believe that is true. And I want us to give him a chance to confirm if they believe, if himself know this thing. Because like you've said, if it's true, the allegations are true, that somebody was on maternity leave, just gave birth, was forced. You know, because if you say the person was forced, we are not saying because we're understaffed and they have this skill, they were asked and they agreed. That is different. Now he says they were forced to come. Now that's a very serious allegation. So I want to ask you, are you confirming that you know this thing? And yeah, maybe let's start there. Are you confirming that you know this case in particular, the way it has been presented, that this staff member was forced to come back to work because they were in maternity?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the question. I think it's very important to make a mention that as Labour, we are comprised of 4 different labor unions. That is NAPTOSA, SATU, NEHAU, and PSA. So, and we were requested to do a consolidated report. So my response would be that the issue at hand came from my colleague from PSA, which is the matter which at their level as an individual union, they were able to deal with it. So I can safely say it was a matter that was dealt by a particular union, which is PSA. I think I've responded. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, so in essence, just so that we don't misunderstand you, you are saying the union that you represent did not know about this particular matter. It may have been an issue that affected a member of the PSA. Is that what you are saying to us?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also start by apologizing for coming late to the meeting. It's unfortunate that we had to attend to other issues, but going straight to my issue, Chair. Let's start with this one of the department. Yesterday we were informed that all lecturers have received training in terms of implementing this occupational program. The department even went to an extent of telling us that they've got an implementation plan for these occupational programs. But I think what I believe we must get from the department, Chairperson, it's a list of TVET colleges aligned with the type of training that these lecturers have received. Because to a large extent, we are continuously receiving complaints that lecturers are expected to conduct the teaching process when they have actually only received training of 2 days and 3 days. So it is quite important for us to get an understanding as to what type of training has these people received. If you can get that breakdown, that is Zungu. You have said that you have also have a clear implementation plan, but that implementation plan must equally tell us in terms of every TVET college, how is the plan being implemented? Because I still maintain my view that the department, to a large extent, it was not ready on the implementation of this plan. That is my firm argument on this matter. One issue that I want to check with, let me start with this one. Part of the things that we need to request from you, DDG, you know, we've got a serious problem with people who are sitting in positions of power and influence, but unfortunately they don't have ideas on how to resolve issues. That's the unfortunate part. We are discussing the issue of student accommodation, and everywhere we are going, we are told that you are continuously accrediting student accommodation that is not meant for human settlement. It is my firm belief and an argument, Honorable Zungu, I believe if that is a circular, you must be able to release. Take out an instruction to all TVET colleges. The implementation of the PPP approach, when you deal with student accommodation, it can be implemented. And it is my firm argument that we should not be struggling with student accommodation, especially when most of the TVET colleges are owning the land. What is the use of us having ample land inside campus and we're unable to exploit that benefit that we are having? There's no need. We will not be complaining about the level of harassment or sexual harassment or rapes. We'll not be complaining about that situation because all of these students will be housed inside campus. So it is my firm belief that, Honorable Zungu, your principals are not willing to exploit that. They are not willing to exploit that opportunity that is there. Maybe it is because of some of them, they are they are service providers themselves. The other aspect that I wanted to raise, that I believe NSF must be able to assist us, not NSF, NSFAS. NSFAS must be able to brief us in the next 7 days in terms of the grading and accreditation of student private accommodation. Because it cannot be that, especially in rural areas, Honorable Zungu, you are creating an enabling environment for our people to be subjected to sexual harassment. And the reason why I'm raising this is because of, there is no way that a student will opt to reside off-site campus in an environment that is not conducive. There is no way. It's highly impossible. But even if that was the case, it is the department's responsibility, including the college, in making sure that they create that understanding between themselves and the students in terms of this thing of student accommodation. I would want clarity on two things. We have appointed a debt collector to deal with historical debts. From a financial point of view, what are you spending on a debt collector? Does it speak to the level or the rate of collection? Because sometimes we have appointed a debt collector that you are paying on a monthly basis, but what you are getting in return does not respond to what you are paying that debt collector. How much are you spending on a monthly basis for that debt collector? The other issue that I wanted to get clarity on, how do you have a principal of Letaba now acting as a regional manager of the two provinces? How do we have that situation? The second issue, Manzini, why are we always having regional managers who are acting? When are we filling these positions? The third part in terms of curriculum review. When last did you conduct your own market study as a way of trying to align with the economic strategy of Limpopo? Because our understanding is that TVETs must be a feeder, not only to local municipalities, even to provincial government. Feeder in a sense, producing relevant skills that will respond to the aspirations of the province, but equally these relevant skills, what is your partnership with municipalities? Why is it that we are producing artisans that are able to resolve service delivery related challenges, and yet again, you've got these young people loitering around the streets? My last part, access speaks to success. The placement of students, our rate, because we cannot just be excited that on an annual basis we are registering students, on an annual basis our pass rate is high. The success story is, where are these students ultimately? I want us to talk to that issue. Chairperson, I'm being threatened here. This issue of procurement, it has been raised yesterday. Why are we getting late deliveries? Especially when we deal about procurement of student material, both textbooks and gadgets that they must use. What process do you have? Because we might be excited that indeed you are procuring directly from the manufacturer, but if that is affecting negatively on our day-to-day running of the TVET, we must question that process. And with that being said, Chairperson, thank you very much.
DDG, if you can answer the issue of the regional manager, and maybe principal, if there's a question towards you, you'll answer one, and then the rest will be in writing. DDG.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I will answer the question relating to a debt collector. The debt collector is paid a percentage of the funds collected only, meaning that if they collect zero, there will not be any money that we pay. And also, the debtors book that we give to the debt collector, we don't give to the currently registered students. So the ones that are currently in the system, we do follow ups on our own. But the ones that are outside the system, that is the book that we give to the debt collector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think, Honorable Khaba, because I did not get the question right on the regional manager, whether you're asking why is he still acting and why have we not filled the acting positions, if I can just clarify on
that. In 10 seconds. What is the question on the regional manager? Are you asking why is he acting or why is he acting long? Yeah, we have 10 seconds.
My question was straight, Chairperson. What led to that situation? Yeah, how did it happen that the principal was now elevated to become a regional manager? Was it on the basis of a vacancy or what? That was my question, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Don't squeeze in another one. I know you, so I needed to.
No, it was on the basis of the vacancy, Honorable Chair, Honorable Khaba. It's part of the positions that we have now advertised, the 4 regional managers' positions that will soon be filling, hopefully, with the assistance of HR. So those were vacancies that were there at the time for acting.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Acting DDG of Corporate. Let's make sure that we finalize these issues of actings, especially at the regional manager's post, because they create a mayhem in the system. Because those who are acting there are, all of them, in fact, except that one that was appointed, irregularly in KZN by the DG. But all of them are principals. And when they go and act there, they are, what is that one? The one that was appointed by irregularly, Msazan. What is his name? That person who the DG appointed regularly in KZN. Yeah, Ngubane. That's the only one who was not an acting. He was irregularly appointed through a salary. And then when we asked questions, he resigned. We had informed, we have written to the minister there, we want an answer. And I know you are here in your capacity as the acting DG, but if there's any other capacity, we're also pushing to you and saying the minister must respond there. Because consequence management, if it's not done at the top, it will not be done anyway. A DG can't go and put his friends in positions, and when it's principals who do it, you decide to charge them. It can't be. That's a system that we can afford to have here. So I was saying, acting DG corporate, the answer that the DG is giving is not satisfactory, because he says those positions are advertised, they will be filled soon. We must, maybe in writing, you'll tell us that by end of the financial year, by end of March, all of those will be filled. And if, as a result of those posts being filled, there are any vacancies that arise in principals' positions, they must also be advertised and be filled by end of June. Because 3 months for me should be enough. We must be a government that works. We can't have government that has funded posts that are not filled. Soon we are going to get a report from yourselves, from the department, that will indicate quarterly performance. How many posts, how many funded posts did we have that we do not fill in that quarter throughout the financial year? And during the previous 2 financial years, Honorable Christians, the department had a combined, in 2 financial years, a combined budget of 600 million that was taken back to National Treasury only on compensation of employees. So National Treasury had given us money to fund these posts, and the department did not fill them. 600 million. We had that report last year at the end of the financial year. So we don't want that particular problem this year. So if there's any vacancies that occur in TVET colleges as a result of you filling vacancies of regional managers, they should be filled by end of June. And should there be any vacancies that appear on deputy principals' posts as a result of you filling the post of principals, by end of September, that should be done. And so forth and so forth. So we must give ourselves at least 3 months target to fill posts at that level. If it's a TVET control space, we don't even need to have 6 months to fill it. Maximum 3 months to fill. You advertise for 14 days, you put together a team, you shortlist, you do background checks, you interview, you give people an opportunity, you offer people offers. Because I don't understand, why must a post take 9 months? No, it doesn't make sense. By the time you start the process, you must ask, is it the peer, what is that, public, what is that thing, DPSA for approval. By the time you go to DPSA, they have backlogs of other departments that submitted on time. Then the financial year ends, you then cry. You come to us with a false report that no, DPSA did not approve. Because it can't approve because you have submitted late. So on this one, I'm hoping it's the last time that we're going to Eastern Cape next week. Dr. Christians, there was a point in 2024 where probably, how many TVET colleges do you have there? 8. I'm sure there was a point where we only had 1 or 2 TVET colleges with permanent principals. They tried towards the end of 2024 and last year. They tried. But I don't think all of them have got principals. If that is the case, then it means I'm going to win lotto without betting, because it's an impossible thing. But I'm hoping that we'll close, because we're going there next week in the Eastern Cape. It's only 3. Yeah, so we have 3 that still need to be finalized. Oh, you want this mic? Okay. It's the national progression. It's like when there's a DG program, the next person should act as a DDG. No. So that is why. So Dr. Christians needs clarity on if the principal, in fact, it's a very good question, because she's saying, so the principal is acting as a regional manager. What then happens to their position? And I'm saying naturally, the department takes a deputy principal to act as a principal. That's what happens. So that post is not vacant. So you take somebody who's a step below to become acting. But so I was saying to her, that's how it naturally happens. But what is this institution? Northern Cape TVET. There was a problem. When we, Northern Cape Eben, the principal is acting regional manager. But when there was audit being done, he was providing answers to the AG as a principal. When there's a lady who was acting, and then we did indicate that was irregular, because it's not supposed to be done. You are no longer a principal. If there's any answers that must be given, if, for an example, there's audit here, the acting principal is the accounting office. He's the one who must give the responses. If there's something that happened during the acting regional manager's term, he must get answers from the acting, not the acting regional manager accounting to audit, as if he's the accounting authority. So that was an anomaly that happened at North, but we did raise it, and I think it's fixed. So as far as that is concerned, I think we're now going to go look at see the skills funded programs, and I think that the Marenga, where we're going now, we'll be able to speak to the service providers who are training people, and I think some of the answers we'll get from them. What kind of skills are they bringing there? Why are they bringing those kind of skills? And then what is the exit strategy, as you asked? What are the challenges? Because I think they may have challenges that they can't raise in the system, but they should be able to raise with us, for us to raise with the funders, which is NSF. NSF will be there. The department will be there. So I want to take this opportunity. I think this week, acting COO, I think this week NSFAS was cruising. Normally when we're on oversight, NSFAS is the negative talk of town. And I think we want to take this opportunity to genuinely thank you, because it shows that if there are no major questions being thrown at you, it means there's something that you're doing. We all know that you are far from being perfect. But I think we must accept you have done well. Yeah, no, they've tried. And I think I'm comfortable. Part of the overall impression that we'll reflect on is that is a big positive. Because at the beginning of every year, what led to almost all protests across would have been the mention of NSFAS. And even this weekend when I'm doing interviews, we will indicate that we don't think they are perfect, but they've done well. And I think that is, and I'm not saying that you must stop working. Resolve problems of students, resolve appeals, respond to students who are, because sometimes you say documents are missing, you don't indicate what document. There are small things that we need to deal with. And once we have received, indicate to a student, document received, going through evaluation, whatever the case may be, so that they can see that there's work being done. But want to thank NSFAS for being here the whole week. And I'm sure this is the first time that NSFAS bring a serious executive the whole week to our oversight. I mean, even though it's on acting basis, I know, I'm even afraid to call you by your surname because I'll even think of other things, that generally the committee doesn't like. But we want to thank you. I'm sure it's the first time I think we have a COO. We've never had a CFO with us. We've never had a CEO. I'm sure, but we really want to thank you. Want to thank NSF officials, SETA officials, acting CEO. It's not the first time we have a CEO. So I can't speak about you the way I spoke about NSFAS, but we want to thank that the acting CEO of AgriSETA was here with us. We really appreciate. Let it not be the last time. I mean, agriculture is a very serious thing. So we are acting chief executive of a very serious entity, which needs our support, but it also needs to support our people. It must, because without agriculture, the issue of food security becomes a serious problem, especially in a country like ours, where hunger and all of that are ripe. Officials from the PLO of the Deputy Minister, thank you very much. You are here with us. Dr. Christians, in part of your report that maybe you might need to send to Deputy Minister Kondwe, that the other Deputy Minister was represented fully, and her office was not represented. Please, even on WhatsApp, just say DM, maybe as a matter of consideration for next week. You might need it because if it's sent by me, she might think I'm trying to fight. And this year we're not fighting. We're not fighting anybody this year. We're good people. Want to thank the regional manager. Regional manager, thank you very much. I know in the morning you said you want to have a private meeting with me because we will have, as we eat lunch, about that matter of yesterday. But we'll have lunch. Want to thank the team from council members, the chair, thank you very much. Principal, thank you very much with your executive management. It's hot here, but at least your aircons are working. Labour did say that please let this extend to where they are working. Let me tell you something about, so your workers are your service delivery champions. So if you make them happy, they are going to work proper. And when they work proper, it means they are going to provide proper service. And when they do proper service, the clients, your students, are going to perform better. And now all the numbers that you are showing us will automatically improve. So what I would ask you to do, sit down with labor. Not only because I said you must coordinate this thing of QCTO training, but as building relations, because they're extremely important stakeholders. Sit down with them, hear their cries, and labor, that doesn't mean that everything you want you will get, but at least you'll be consulted. I can tell you now for free, I mean, I don't work for the department, but the issue that all lecturers must get data, that I can tell you will not happen. I mean, data for home, it will not happen. Because you can just buy the data because it does no longer expire. There's somebody who created a poster, fake poster, with the red there saying, "We have defeated." That thing was led by a progressive chairperson from a progressive committee, from a progressive political party, the chairperson of communications, Comrade Kusela Diko. So it was led there. It's just that there are people who are just good in posters. So they just release a poster quickly. So, because the reason why I'm saying that we can't win is because when you have 11,000 lecturers across the sector, let's say you want 20 gig, which is minimal. I'm sure it's not enough. I'm making an example. I don't know. It probably cost what? Maybe 500. I'm making an example. Per month. I don't know how much that is. And that should go to national treasury, because now it's in hundreds of millions per year. I was hoping that somebody would count for me. So if it's maybe it's 500 rands. So it's 5.5 million every month, and a year, if it's 10 months, it's 55 million. I can tell you now that the department doesn't have it. In order for them to have it, they must go get it from national treasury. That the Enoch will tell you, we don't have this thing. So when you interact with the principals, of course you might put it in. Say, no, we want data, what, no problem. But when you don't get it, you don't come back and say, he did not give us data, I was striking. So what I'm trying to say is that there are certain things that can be done at the TVET college level that you can get. There are certain things that can be done there that you can't get. There are certain things that are done at the departmental level that you can get. There are certain things, for an example, DDG, I don't understand, and I think it's a good point that Labour raised, that you have asked them to improve their qualifications, right? And then they improve their qualifications, but you don't pay them. That equalization of that thing, and maybe as a report, because this is not the first time it appears. That I can tell you, you can get, because it's part of what their policies say. That you can get. And what we must do, TDG, as you write to us, or if you give us a report on problems solved that we found during the oversight, is that you must say to us, we have 50 TVET colleges, 11,000 lectures, 3,000 of them improved their qualifications. And This one should move from level 8 to level 10. I'm making an example. And this is how much, because we must still quantify it. This is how much it costs, and this is how we are going to get the money to pay them. And this is by when we would have resolved this thing. So that at least they know. Because let me tell you, you not doing it, what does it do? It demoralizes those that have not improved their. If somebody has improved their qualifications, but they still earn less, why is the next person supposed to go? It demoralizes, and it's not going to help us. So let's rather do that. So as part of our report, DDG, so I want to thank officials from Parliament TV. We were being streamed live on YouTube, and I think at some point we were on Parliament TV. Want to thank Parliament Communications, our photography and communications generally. Want to thank our colleagues from the National Legislature, Chairperson and Tate Maringa. Thank you very much. Your valuable contribution really assisted. When we go to a province, we extend an invitation to the Speaker to invite members of the Portfolio Committee on Education to accompany us, because they know the land. Because we don't know the land, you might lie to us. So we bring them as part of intelligence. So when you lie to us, they are able to say, no, this thing, this one, Chair, it's not true, you know. Want to thank labor unions from here. Thank you very much. Want to thank the Student Representative Council. Want to thank, I have thanked all of you, the departmental staff, led by the 2 DDGs, even from different directorates, all led by the DDGs. And members of Parliament, thank you very much. Our journey will end today. We've taken a day off tomorrow because on Sunday we're traveling to the Eastern Cape. So we've given you a day off so that you go and fix your laundry. If you need to see a dry clean, at least on Friday. We had, in the committee of 6 political parties here, we had with 5. We had 5 with us. So the committee, political parties from different committees, from the committee really respected the province. There's something that happened this week. I'm sure it was the first time, Honorable Msaza. We had more than about 5 committees of Parliament in the same province. And maybe it was also because of the floods, because others deal specifically with those. Basic education was here, we were here, correctional services, police. I'm forgetting the other, the one that deals with floods. What, 5, which one? Public hearings, they are here as well. The marriage bill is also here. So there's tourism of this country, at least they benefited from Parliament. So members, thank you very much. We will now take, Principal, maybe you can tell us where we're going to eat. We must eat first. Yeah, we must eat. If it's quick, and then we can do the walkabout. We want to see the working. One site. What do you call this? What do you call these sites where you do practicals?
Workshops.
Workshop. Yeah, one workshop and one student rest, and then we'll leave to Zanin. Want to go see the NSF. Hopefully they're still there. Please tell them to wait for us. They've only had, you only have 2 races here. One.
2.
One male, one female. Yeah, President, let us choose our check everything. I don't the principal. I choose it. We choose it. A room here cleaning. A pendulum maobane. We want you to choose which one. So we're eating where we were yesterday. Yeah. So the meeting is now adjourned. Let's. Thanks.